Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, no gavel. Okay, we'll make a knock on the table for a gavel. This is the Paso Robles City Council meeting for October 1st, 5:45 for opening comments for the closed session. And we'll start with roll call.
Councilmember Bausch.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Roden.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Present.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. So tonight we have closed session items. Looks like there's 3 items that our legal counsel, Elizabeth Hall, will tell us about. Elizabeth?
Sure. So we are going into closed session on a couple of items. The first is conference with legal counsel exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. There are 2 potential cases. The second is conference with legal counsel initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D4. And there's 1 potential case there. And then there are real property negotiations pursuant to 54956.8. And it is related to a portion of 611 Spring Street. I believe that's everything.
Great. Thank you, Elizabeth. So we'll then open up to public comment regarding closed session items. Anybody online? No one in the room? Okay, we'll go ahead and then adjourn to closed session and return at 6:30. Good evening, everybody. The Paso Robles City Council for October 1st will reconvene out of closed session. We'll begin with Pledge of Allegiance. And if we all please stand, and then also remain standing for Pastor Torres from Victory Outreach Church. Join with me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. Thank you for this amazing opportunity to be able to pray with you guys here. I want to open with a scripture. Every person must submit to and support the authorities over him, for there can be no authority in the universe except by God's appointment, which means that every authority that exists has been instituted by God. Heavenly Father, right now, I just want to thank you for this evening. I pray for the council, God. I pray for wisdom and knowledge to fall down upon them on every single decision that needs to be made. I pray for our troops right now, Lord, as they're here present and out there in the field, God, that you be with them and their families, Lord. I lift up every single law enforcement officer. I pray right now that no weapon formed against them shall prosper, Lord. I lift up our fire department right now, God, that your word says that though they may go through the fires, God, they will not be burnt, Lord. So I pray for them right now, Lord. I pray for our chief of police, give him wisdom and knowledge to be able to guide the deputies that are underneath him right now, Lord. I pray right now, God, for the business owners, God, that make this community come together, Lord. I pray that you help them prosper, God, that you be with them, their families, Lord, and let their business begin to just thrive here within the city, Lord. I thank you right now, God, for our schools. I lift up every single one of our teachers, the school staff, the students, God. Let there be healthy environments of education that take place, God, here within the city of Paso Robles, Lord. And I lift up the community, God, of Paso Robles right now, God. We thank you for such an amazing, beautiful community that we belong to. So I pray your blessings, God, upon the entire city of Paso Robles and every single person that calls this place home, God. I pray your hand be upon them right now, Lord. Continue to guide and strengthen, God, the community that we belong to, Lord. And to you, God, we give the honor and glory. In Jesus' name, we all say, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Torres. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll call, please?
Councilmember Bausch.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory. Councilmember Roden.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. We'll also begin then with staff introductions on my right.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator, and Karen Jackson, IT Technician.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Vitas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Eric Lashley, City Librarian.
Brian Cornell, Administrative Services Director. David Ricaro, Works Operations.
Don Solano, Fire Chief.
Katie Rhodes.
Chris Hewitt, Assistant City Manager.
Elizabeth Hull, City Attorney.
Very good. Thank you. We'll move on then with a report out of closed session. The City Attorney Elizabeth Hull, can you give us what we talked about there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We went into closed session on a number of items. The first was conference with legal counsel, exposure to litigation. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, there were 2 potential cases of litigation. There's no reportable action. We went into conference under, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, 1 case, and there's no reportable action. And then finally, under conference with legal counsel regarding real property negotiations, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, regarding a portion of 611 Spring Street, and there is no reportable action.
Okay, very good. Moving on for presentations, if I could have Juan Ramirez, board member for Lumina Alliance, come up and I'll do a presentation.
Today we have a Dating and Domestic Violence Awareness Month, October 2024. Whereas Dating and Domestic Violence Awareness Month calls attention to the fact that intimate partner violence is widespread and impacts every person in Paso Robles. And whereas Lumina Alliance provides essential life-saving services for survivors, their children, and families throughout the San Luis Obispo County, including Paso Robles. And whereas domestic violence is a pattern of control in an intimate relationship where one person uses coercion and violence to gain power and control over his or her partner. And whereas domestic violence can result in physical injury, psychological trauma, and even death. The devastating consequences of domestic violence can cross generations and can last a lifetime. And whereas there is a need to focus on individualized needs on domestic violence and survivors, the marginalization of certain groups in society, including undocumented individuals, transgender individuals, and those giving with disabilities, increases their vulnerability to intimate partner violence. And whereas Lumina Alliance continues to provide a safe environment for those affected by domestic violence with a 24-hour hotline crisis line, advocacy, therapy, transitional and emergency housing, and prevention education with the help of dedicated volunteers and professionals. And whereas Lumina Alliance has received over 2,000 calls in the crisis and information line, provided more than 6,000 collective nights for shelter clients, and provided more than 4,800 hours of therapy. And whereas Lumina Alliance serves as a bright light during dark times for a survivor of intimate partner violence, eliminating the path forward towards safety and healing. And whereas the City of Paso Robles supports the efforts of Lumina Alliance, how every segment of society can work together to better address intimate partner violence and to help survivors connect with services. And therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of authority invested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2024 as National Dating and Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And Juan, would you like to make a statement?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Hammond, and the City Council members for this proclamation. My name is Juan Ramirez. I'm a proud board member for Lumina Alliance. Lumina Alliance mission is to empower those impacted by sexual and intimate partner violence through the healing and prevention programs. For over 40 years, we continue to serve as a bright light during the dark times for those in need. We offer, like Mayor mentioned, 24-hour crisis and information line, self-sufficient services, legal referrals, emergency shelters, transitional housing, individual and group therapy, and robust prevention program. We're so grateful for this proclamation and your ongoing support. On behalf of Lumina Alliance Board of Directors, staff, and volunteers, we thank you all for you taking action this month to create a safe, thriving, and adequate community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much for coming. And now if I could get our Assistant City Manager, Chris Hewitt, to come up and help me. We have all the recognition that we need to go over with regard to our Resident Academy graduation. First ever, actually. So I think, can we go ahead and pull everybody up? If we can have everybody attending here, that'd be Jeff Carr, Misha Demos, Linda George, Ed Hughes, Tim McCoy, Becky Moore, David Nelson, Glenn O'Hagan, Cynthia Ransom, Michael Rivera, Molly Sheehan, and Angel York. Angel? So basically what this is, and it's something new, it's an appreciation for all the folks who wanted to learn more about what we do here at the city level. It's first ever. Got to commend our individual who ran this, Shauna Hollenstein. I don't think she's here today. And it was a great effort to get this started. I hope we continue this kind of effort. It really, I think, maybe Angel can say a little more about what they learned and how it really is going to help you folks understand the city workings. So again, would We'd like to go ahead and present those first, and then we can talk.
Sure.
Jeff Carr? Yes. There we go.
Thank you very much.
We have Michon Demos. Michon? Thank you. Linda George. There you go, Linda. And Ed Hughes. Ed. Tim McCoy. He's not here tonight. We'll have him back. Becky Moore. She's not here tonight either. David Nelson's not here, as I see. Glenn O'Hagan? No. I'm getting to zero here. Cynthia Ransom? It's okay. Michael Rivera, I think you're here.
I think I'm here, Mayor.
There you go. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
Molly Sheehan. There you go, yeah.
What's your name?
Good for coming. And Angel York.
There's me. Thank you.
You bet. And so we have also the city pin that is really cool to have on your lapel. Very delicate. I really think it's a cool thing, especially when you're representing the city.
Awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Love it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Angel, would you like to say something for the group?
Absolutely. This is such a fun event. I mean, I've been a resident here for almost 40 years, and I had no idea the depth that this city, that goes into the workings of this city. And it was so wonderful to meet all the staff of the different departments, learn a little bit about them, and just see the enthusiasm that they have for their jobs and what they do. It was so enlightening, and I think that this is a great benefit to this community for people so they can really get to understand how many layers there are, how many levels, and how much commitment and dedication it takes. So this was a wonderful experience, and I so enjoyed meeting everybody in the class. We had so much fun.
So it was like how many weeks was it altogether? 7 total weeks, and you met once a week, pretty much for an hour or two?
2 hours.
2 hours. All right.
Yeah. 7 weeks, Wednesday nights from 6 to 8. We had lovely dinners every night. That was so wonderful. And then we got on buses and we went and toured projects, and we got the lowdown on what's in the works, what's been done, what's upcoming. We got to see some secret stuff. I'm sworn to secrecy, but like I said, it was so great meeting everybody. I mean, everybody was so passionate about their jobs and just getting to know their backgrounds. And we have some talented people in this city. I mean, I was blown away.
Good. And Chris, would you like to say a little more about maybe in the future?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the council first and foremost. They set this goal for us to put on this resident academy. So this was our first one, and so we did, I think, the best that we knew how to do. We're looking forward to getting some feedback from this group on how we can improve that in the future. If you're interested in participating in the resident academy, we have an interest form on the city's website. If you want to email info@prcity.com, we can get you hooked up there. And then we're looking for our next cohort to probably start in spring of 2025 is our goal. So we'll probably limit it to about 15 folks, keep it small, keep it manageable for getting on those buses and getting all those cool tours done. But really want to thank this cohort for being our guinea pigs. Appreciate you all and your participation and leaning in with staff. And again, thanks to the mayor and the council for your willingness to take this on and give this to us as a challenge. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well worth it.
Thank you very much.
He's a good spokesperson. Chris, did you have the chance to tell them about how many volunteer hours they owe us every month?
That's after.
That's coming.
That was after graduation, yeah.
There's always a catch. Okay, next on calendar, we have capital projects report. Ditas Esperanza, David Licaro, and Frida Berman. Ditas.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. It's our monthly report from Public Works Department. I'll start it off and then I'll pass it on to David and Frida. So the first part of the presentation, of the PowerPoint, is to give you an update of the projects under construction. First and foremost in everyone's view is the Creston Road project. It's been very challenging. As I've reported to you in previous reports, we are putting in a 20-foot deep sewer, which is challenging enough as it is. And with that depth requires us to have those shoring plates that we need to put in the trench. That's to protect the workers down there. Believe it or not, there are human beings down there 20 feet deep. And so we want to protect them, preserve their lives. And so to do that, we put those very strong shoring plates to keep the soil back so that the soil does not engulf them and get buried. But in addition, we've met some other unknowns that nobody in the community knows, which I like to talk about, that made it more challenging. As you know, Creston Road is an old street. It's probably one of the first streets that were installed here in the city. We encountered many utilities that were underground. Many of them were supposed to be shown on a special location, as shown on the atlases. And so we relied on that when we did the sewer design and stayed away from them. But as the contractor excavated, lo and behold, those utilities that we thought were on one side of the street is now on the other side of the street, and right where we're supposed to put the sewer line. And so as you can imagine, we need to pause because we need to make sure that, first of all, those existing utilities are not going to be live gas mains or live electrical or water that would, if we accidentally punch it, it would just blow all over the place. So we have to be very careful, call the various utilities, and they're not exactly fast in coming to respond, so we have to wait. And so consequently, it's been very challenging, and I really appreciate everyone's patience as they tried to maneuver through that two-way flagging that had to wait until the one lane goes through, and then they had to go through. But I'm pleased to announce that as of today, we finally finished this part of the project. And believe it or not, last week we were about 20 feet away from putting in the last bit of pipe when we discovered a gas line that was not what it's supposed to be. So we had to pause, and then we carefully protected it, and so we were able to finish it. We had hoped to finish last Friday, but that put us 2 days behind. But today we finally finished it all, and not only that, we did a mandrel test, which is the test to make sure that you put this equipment through the pipe to ensure that they're perfectly round. So we did a mandrel test, and then we did a video, and lo and behold, they passed. So I'm pleased to announce that's done. I think this afternoon, the two-way flag control has been removed, and you can now go through. It's still very precarious going through there, so I would caution you to just be careful. I wish I could say that that's it, that there's no more hard things up ahead, but we still have storm drain to install, we still have some water lines to install, and until you finish the undergrounds, it's really not done. Because you can imagine, we're not Superman, we can't see what's underneath, we won't know until we excavate, and we hope that somehow those existing utilities will stay away and we can continue to put the water line where we designed it, sewer and storm drain. So in the next few weeks, at least, there will not be a two-way flagging control. And in fact, the traffic signal that is proposed will begin. As you know, there's a traffic signal that is proposed at Bolin and Walnut. And so there will be, the subcontractor that will install this traffic signal will be mobilizing. And then that's the next phase of the project. And then once all the undergrounds is complete, then and only then we'll be able to do the road surface, which is really what everyone is looking forward to. So We're about a year into, since we started in August, but it's probably another 9 months or so, another year to finish the project. But thank you for your patience. So this is what it will look like at the end with the enhanced pedestrian crossing at Trigo, Ivy, and Orchard. And we also have a grant-funded, almost $3 million grant project to install fiber throughout the city, mostly in the downtown area, as you can see here. And some of the work, photos of the work in progress. I just want to remind everybody that the water service, the repairs for the gas lines in the Sierra Bonita is still ongoing. They're still making a mess of the streets, and so until they're done, we will hold off on repairing those streets until all their work has been completed. Once they're done, then we'll go back and repair the road surface as we had intended a few months ago. Another project that is in construction is what we refer to as the Crestline Fairview water lines. It just started a few weeks ago, so I don't have photos yet of construction, but again, this one is water line upgrades, and once all the water lines are completed, then we will go back and resurface the entire streets in that neighborhood. We're also doing the repairs of the roof at the Public Safety Center, and these are photos of the work in progress. That photo on the left, you can see all the people working on the rooftop. And finally, we still have projects that's coming up in the next few weeks. The first one is the Sherwood Acres water system upgrade. Those, again, it's similar like Crestline Fairview. We have to upgrade all the old water mains, and then once that's done, then we will do the road repairs for the entire roads in that neighborhood. The other project that's coming up is the road repair of Golden Hill from Creston to Rolling Hills. The first task is to install fiber for future conduit along that arterial road. That is a top priority for the council. They told us that when we do road work in arterials, put in the fiber conduit so we don't have to dig it up in the future when there's a time for us to continue with our fiber network projects. The other project that is coming along is to install a shade structure between the Veterans and Senior Center. It will look like this. And we just had our pre-construction meeting today, and the contractor will be mobilizing next week, so you'll start seeing some action over there. I just want to remind everyone that once we pour the slab, we do need to wait for 28 days to cure the concrete before we install the shade structure. So you'll see action there. We'll put the concrete, and then we'll pause and wait for the concrete to cure, and then we'll come back and put the shade structure. That concludes my part of the presentation. If you have any other questions, I will pass it off to David Lacaro.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Yes, Ditas, can you describe the material that's being put on the roof on the safety center? Do you know what it is?
Oh, it's I'll have Kevin give you that update.
Okay, great. I was going to have him bring a piece, but
Good evening, Council. Kevin Wiles, Assistant Capital Projects Manager. The product that's on top is the polyurethane tile. So it's just plastic.
So the roof is all plastic.
Predominantly. The barrel roof system right there, which you see, is a thicker membrane. It's PVC membrane.
Very heavy. It's solar hide is what it says, so it must be pretty thick roofing type of material.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. I thought that was amazing for a roof. Thank you.
You said it was PVC. It doesn't break down in the sunlight as well?
The membrane part is a PVC 80 millimeter PVC membrane.
Oh, the membrane, not the shingles.
No, the shingles
Oh, okay.
are polyurethane.
I gotcha. Deedus, on the Fairview Crest line, is that just water line or is it water and sewer?
It's just water line.
What about the sewer?
The sewer main is fine, and there's nothing wrong with the sewer main. It's just the water line that's needs to be upgraded, mostly because they're old, and secondly, they're only 4 inches, and we needed to upgrade them so we can meet fire flow demands.
And but the sewer's been in there for 60 years, something like that.
Yeah, they last quite a bit.
But it was fine. It's not the old
Clayberg, Fiberg, or Orangeburg. No, it's not orange. It's VCP.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Continue on that line. What about top of Sunset with those trees that really tore up the street? Are we going to be getting into that when we finally get to the road part?
Right. When we move to the next phase, which is the road repair, part of the bid probably will be to address roots prior to paving.
Very good. Any other? I was just going to make a comment. I mean, it's amazing how you engineers get things done and still have traffic going through all your work. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, it's even they do bridges, but we're doing quite a lot on Crescent Road too, Didis, and you guys are just fantastic and still keeping the traffic going through. So appreciate it.
Yes. Thanks.
David, Carl.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. David Lucaro, Public Works Operations Manager. I'm just going to give you a brief update. We're actually at the close of the Centennial Creek Rehabilitation Project. Just as a quick little background, the city alongside Caltrans and the local Resources Conservation District have been working on this project for quite some time. This is actually a mitigation project for some of the violations that Caltrans ran into a while back. But they found a donation site and we lucked out to have this opportunity to rehabilitate a creek that has been severely undermined over decades of pretty big storms. So this has just been a great opportunity for us. Unfortunately, it's taken us almost a decade to get some of these repairs done. So if you remember, late 2022, the phase 1 was actually done, and that was from Nickerson to Navajo. And that included a lot of these rough and riffles, and I'll show you some pictures of that later. Phase 2 is what we're dealing with right now, and that's from Lana all the way down to Nickerson. Again, we're implementing and designing and constructing a lot of these rough and riffles and channels and widening and whatnot. We started that in late July. So as many of you know who use the path has been closed for almost about 2 months. I know that you had indicated that you use it quite often. Well, it's open to the public now. It was actually open last week. So all the caution tape's down, all the barricades are down. So now it's safe to use. There's no more heavy equipment that we're going to be seeing down there. So we want to just make sure that those things were closed up in an effort to keep things safe. So as of last week, the path is now open. We're seeing now 23 rough and riffles. You'll see on this, you'll see this slide here, you'll see a rough and riffle with some what they call coir rolls. And coir rolls are basically like these gigantic and large rolls. It's not sushi by any means, but it really, if you think about it as some sort of a coconut fiber, is kind of a heavy duty fiber roll is what it is. We have widened channels. We have secondary channels that allow for a little bit of overflow, but not as to impede onto the path. And then we have a newly constructed box culvert and pedestrian crossing. So if you remember, as those folks that used to use or use the path, we had a dilapidated culvert system. It was deteriorating. We've kind of put a lot of Band-Aids on it. But finally, as you can see in these stages here, the newly built box culvert is there on your left. In the middle, we have different phases of pouring concrete. We had to wait for it to cure to make sure it had the right strength for weight load. And then over here on the picture off to your right, you'll see the final box culvert there. So we're excited about that. In fact, they just paved that a couple weeks ago. So again, it's a nice paving job. They did a good job on this. So this is way better and far beyond what we used to see. Over here on the pictures on the right, you'll see, again, some more of these rough and riffles. And again, these rough and riffles are essentially to emulate a natural stream. We've had decades, again, of lots of scouring and erosion. This is to slow a lot of that water down, introduce some oxygen, increase some of the water quality in our natural habitat there. So what are we going to see in the next week here? So we will have a guardrail in place. We're going to be installing that this week for the protection of pedestrians crossing that box culvert you saw. Right now we have that orange kind of ugly exclusion fencing, but we'll have a nice metal guardrail there. We're going to be doing hydroseeding, which is essentially a mixture of some native seeds right before the wet season. It's actually great timing. So we'll put those native seeds out, and as we start to see better weather for water, it's going to germinate. We're seeing that on Saturday. And then finally, in January, we're going to have the Conservation Corps come out and install approximately 1,000 native plantings. So we're looking at a mixture of oaks and some under canopy shrubs. So all native plants. It's really just going to bring back and invigorate our habitat there. Just as a reminder, this is fully funded by Caltrans, so we're just the landowner. So we've been along for the ride on all of the designs and making sure that everything's up to snuff as far as what we want to see here in the city. That's all I have for you folks tonight. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Questions for David? Chris?
David, thanks for the update. I've been looking down lawn as I walk by, so I noticed all the barricades are down, so we'll be out there this weekend.
Fantastic.
Any thoughts on the electrical, the lights? Did you guys have a chance to look at those as part of this, or is that outside the scope?
You know, we're replacing 2 lights that were knocked and actually damaged, so that should be coming here in the near future. Great. As far as the timeline, everything unfortunately is, it takes a while to get over here. So yeah, we are replacing a couple of those luminaires, those kind of the light fixtures. And then we're rewiring over that box culvert. There's actually a culvert, and so we need to rewire that wire to connect with that one light pole that lights up the box culvert, that pedestrian walkway. So we're looking at that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you, David.
Thank you. Thank you.
And looks like Frida's on deck. Frida?
No, actually, I think that's it for our CIP update for tonight.
Very good.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Next we have 400 Liggett update. Colonel Stephen Trotter. Welcome, Stephen. And actually, I'll also recognize his second in command, Master Sergeant.
Command Sergeant Major Troy Bazard.
Sergeant Major.
Yep. Him Troy. And my deputy commander and our public affairs officer are here with us today. So Mayor Hammond, thank you for having us, city council members and staff, as well as law enforcement and citizens and clergy. Thank you for allowing me to come and talk to you all a little bit about Fort Hunter Liggett. Colonel Stephen Trotter, and introduced my staff here. Fort Hunter Liggett, we're just to the north of you all, just north of Camp Roberts. There's a tank trail that connects Camp Roberts. For those of you that have been around for a while, you're probably aware of Camp Roberts, of course, and the fact that it connects to Hunter Liggett. Quite a bit of history at Fort Hunter Liggett going back to World War II and the Hearst Castle and Julia Morgan's and all of that, right? So Fort Hunter Liggett came out of what used to be the Hearst Ranch. And so we're very proud of the land, and we're very protective of that land. And so some of the stuff that I'll walk through here in the next few minutes, we'll hit on that a little bit. I was going to say next slide. I got the slide turner. Here we go. So just to hit on some of the big ticket items that we've been doing recently. So we had the Energy Commissioner for California, one of the 3 of them, come out and help us with ribbon cutting along with the Assistant Secretary of the Army. And we did a ribbon cutting for a microgrid that's very unique in that it's the first microgrid in the Department of Defense that is 100% based on renewable resources, so Tesla batteries and the such. So many of them rely on gas generators, diesel generators, and other types of carbon-based energy sources. Ours is completely solar arrays, and it has the ability to operate our cantonment, our garrison, our city part for up to 14 days, the critical infrastructure, and the whole entire town really for up to about a day, day and a half. And so it's quite amazing. It's on a SCADA system, which is a software system that allows us to turn clusters of buildings off and on to conserve energy and do different things like that. So it's quite an amazing technologically advanced system. We're very excited to get our staff trained up on it. And even just learning about this, I've been in the job for a little over a year now, and I can really appreciate and applaud the Resident Academy and everything you all learned, because I was in your shoes about a year ago. And it's amazing how the garrisons for the military really resemble, and we style ourselves after the cities out here in the communities, and really puts an appreciation on the amount of time and energy it takes to get things done. As a citizen, at one point, I was like, hey, how come it's taken so long for this to happen, right? And you really learn the hard way when you get thrown into a job like I'm in, and like your city council and your staff are part of. So I appreciate that. Anyways, a great system there. And if you get the slides later, that's a QR code to read up on the story. We sent our director of environmental division and our operations and maintenance to the White House about 2 or 3 months ago to receive a White House Presidential Award for our the things that we're doing to move forward with a net zero installation. And it includes many of the things you see up there, to include 2 different wastewater treatment plants. We just now completing a secondary wastewater which produces purple water, which we're going to tie into our chillers and some of the heat pump systems, which obviously that takes away and keeps us from drawing off the water table. And so we're trying to do our part to be a good neighbor and a community member with our farmers, agricultural, and other communities like Paso Robles and King City. We also have Sierra Energy, which is really interesting. That is a Department of Defense funded research and development program that they have a small plant there that basically incinerates household waste with no emissions, and it creates an energy source that we're going to phase 2 soon, hopefully, which will synthesize that into a hydrogen based fuel or a diesel additive, which is low carbon footprint. And so it's all really good high-tech stuff. And this could very well be a way ahead for the rest of DoD installations at some point in the future. So they do use 400 ligate because we are small in cantonment and people, but land size, we're quite big. So because we're small, we can be the proof of principle for many of the things that the government does. And so we're proud to be that for them. And it helps us to be responsible environmentally and also with our funds and be efficient with taxpayer dollars. Talked a little bit about environmental stewardship. So we have about 167,000 acres out there. We're about 60% larger than Camp Roberts land-wise. 220 square miles is what that equates to. It's pretty large. And so most of that land is pristine. There's no developing going on as far as housing or any of that kind of stuff. It's really a nice thing. Department of Defense wide, they really put a lot of effort into conserving not only the environment, and these are invasive species that are being hauled out, and we have agreements with the universities up in Monterey and other places to help us with these types of things, stuff that we pay for, but we have agreements and do MOUs similar to what we do with like fire and police, where we help each other out. And so the land management, that also includes preserving archaeological sites. We have Salina and Indian tribe artifacts and sometimes remains that come up out of the dirt. And we're very respectful and protective over those things. And we do our best to work with the Indian tribes to reclaim those things. So anyways, very excited to be here once again. So to talk a little bit about what enables us to be able to protect and keep the land pristine is that we keep that land pristine so that our soldiers can come in and train. We also train there. We also have sailors, Navy SEALs, Marines, Air Force come out. We even have Coast Guard occasionally, and then also other agencies sometimes. We always have an open invitation to, like, your police department, if they ever want to come up and use our ranges and do some training. The prison systems, we've talked to them, and so all of Fort Hunter Liggett, we're open to that utilization from the local community and the different government agencies, to include nonprofits. So we have scouts come out, Sea Cadets, JROTC, and you all might have some JROTC programs here in Paso Robles. And so we are open to that. I know they probably go to Camp Roberts, which is great, but we're also open for that as well. We actually have a C-17 landing strip, which you probably think, what's that really mean? C-17, it's like an airliner. It's like an airline with 4 engines on it. It's quite big. Vehicles can drive into the back end of it. That lands out there on a dirt landing strip. It's a pretty amazing sight to see. So if you're ever driving on Holon Road and you're lucky enough to see that, because you'll be able to see it from the road, it's pretty neat to see. So the Lockwood residents, they occasionally see that. So we have a number of exercises that go on. So when you see in the news about large-scale combat operations and preparing for hopefully something that never happens, a lot of that training happens out there, and the exercises we do protect your sons and daughters, nieces and nephews. If they become part of the military, you'll know that the exercises and the training that's happening is world class. There's no place in the world that compares to the U.S. military on ensuring that our sons and daughters, because my son and CSM's son is about to enter into the military. They're both cadets with ROTC. And I think, like us, like you all, we want our sons and daughters, nieces and nephews and neighbors to be safe if that eventuality ever happens. And so just know that we're doing that out at Fort Hunter Liggett, and we take it very seriously. Another thing, just going back real quick, we have a lot of community interaction, and let me talk about that in a second here. I've got a slide for that, actually. We also have quite a bit of hunting and fishing programs as part of our environmental program to teach young people. In the April month, we have a large fishing derby. We bring in, I don't know, maybe 1,000 pounds, a couple thousand pounds of trout, and we stock the lake, and from like 6 a.m. until noon, the children under the age of 16, 15 and younger get to fish there for free, no license. And they all come out. We usually give out some fishing poles and tackle boxes and stuff. It's a great time. We have hot dogs and all those kind of things. So it's a great program. So, our public affairs officer, she'll share that out. And we usually get a lot of folks from Lockwood and King City, but it's open to the public. So please come out and join us. Same thing with hunting. We have a hunting program. That QR code will take you to the iSportsman. And so if any of you all are hunters, we have a great hunting program out there, and we have about 400 head of Thule elk. And so that Thule elk are I think at one point they were endangered, and there was somebody who had kept a small herd, and they moved that herd up to Fort Hunter Liggett because of how protected the land is. And that herd has now grown over the last 50, 60 years to 400 head. And so we manage that population, and we're very protective of that. And so it's a very healthy elk population, which is something to be proud of. So our support to the community, we covet that, and we always look for opportunities to expand that. We're working on right now trying to get superintendents of school systems, Paso Robles, King City, Greenfield, Salinas, to come out, and we want to show them really, I think a lot of times folks have a misperception about the military being mainly infantry and maybe artillerymen and, shooting cannons and shooting, weaponry and stuff, which we all have to learn how to do that. But the reality is it's probably accounts for like 10% or less of the Army. Most of the Army is centered around the support to them, which is all the STEM stuff, liberal arts programs, journalists, engineers, so many other STEM-related things. So to include the fact that all the garrisons are run by civilians, just like your civilian staff here, and it's great opportunities for your citizens and your young people. If they're not interested in wearing this color of uniform, they can wear a collared shirt. And we also have the same engineer jobs, archaeologists, many of those science-based jobs and liberal arts jobs. Miss Amy Phillips is a civilian, and she's our public affairs, and she's a journalist, and she does all the media and all that. So great opportunity. So we want to bring out those superintendents, show them what the Army is about at Fort Hunter Liggett, maybe get some lunch at the mess hall, the dining facility, and just show them a good time. We're going to be doing that with some of our clergy in November. And so I'll share a card with you and invite you out for that. And then we do that also with our city council members, mayors. Is always an open invitation. If any of you all want to come out, just get a hold of us and we'll be glad to give you a tour. Let's see here. Hacienda, I was talking to some of the staff. Like I said, that building right there is an extension. Julia Morgan's designed and built that building the same time that she was building the Hearst Castle and the villas that they have there. And so the difference between us and the Hearst Castle, though, is you can go Google that and you can reserve a room and you can stay in history. You can actually spend the night and actually stay in something that's historical and very important to Californians and especially the mid-coast area. So we welcome you to that, and the rooms are extremely affordable. Also just adjacent to our area is the San Antonio Mission, which is also, they remodeled that recently in the last few years. It's beautiful. They got a great museum there. It's a great opportunity to come out, spend the night, and see the San Antonio Mission. And pretty soon the Nacimiento Ferguson Road is going to be opening up. U.S. Forestry is opening that up probably in October, November timeframe. And most of you all probably know that road out to the Pacific Coast Highway. So please come out and see us. We have a summer hire program that's very, very successful, and folks love coming out, college students, maybe juniors and seniors in high school. So please look that up and come out and see us in that regard. Community partnerships, I already talked about some of this. Our advanced life-saving, our Mercy Air helicopter, they've flown missions to Paso Robles to pick up folks that need like immediate lifeline helicopter support. And we have those agreements with all the surrounding fire and CAL FIRE, the U.S. Forestry, the local fire departments. So we do an exchange, and not really an exchange, but a mutual support in that regard, to include working with Vandenberg Air Force or Space Force Base for EOD occasionally, getting a little further north there, near Camp Roberts, some ordinances. And so there's a lot of those things that we work behind the scenes and make sure that our citizenry is safe out there. So, here in the near future, we're Paso Robles, we thank you again for hosting the CREB, Community Relations Executive Board. And that's an opportunity for us to get with some of the leadership with the local communities, King City, Salinas, Paso Robles, and we talk about what's going on at Fort Hunter Liggett and other military installations. With that said, please join with us as we celebrate our 250th birthday for the Army this next year. So this year coming up is the 250th Army birthday. That's a big milestone, right? And so we're going to be putting on a number of different events, and many of those will be open to the public, and those will go out, and we invite you to come out. They'll be in addition to some of the things I've already shown you. And this is going to be coordinated between Camp Roberts, Camp Slow, Presidio of Monterey, Fort Hunter Liggett, and Parks Reserve Forces Training Area up in Dublin, California. So many things coming up. We just had the Friends of Fort Hunter Liggett Military Ball, and top center, if you look to the far right, you might see a familiar face in there. Mayor Hammond and his lovely wife, Marjorie, came and enjoyed an evening with us at the Fort Hunter Liggett, the Friends of Fort Hunter Liggett inaugural military ball. We had a great time. And they'll be doing that very likely next year, and so we hope to see even more of y'all come out for that. We have engineer units that come out, and a lot of these are reservists who are from your local communities, and they come out and they're learning their military job on site, and they're doing stuff for the town, for our town of Fort Hunter Liggett. And this is a staircase coming down from our chapel down to our wellness center, where we do a number of classes for the community and religious events. Some of those are religious events, some of them aren't, but we have a lot of great things going on in that regard as well. Upcoming events, I'll just let you take a look at that. One of the key ones, I'll be coming back down to speak with your Rotary Club here at Paso Robles, and I always enjoy doing that. And so we'll be doing that. And then you can see some of the other things. We do Operation Santa. We fly Santa Claus and Miss Claus into King City for children who are that maybe aren't going to have the best Christmas, perhaps. And between Salinas and King City and other surrounding communities, a lot of toys are donated, and the multiple communities put on a great program for the kids there and hand out presents to their parents. So great things that we do. And once again, looking forward to our Executive Relations Board at the Estrella Warbirds Museum on October 30th here in Paso Robles. So we're looking forward to that. And once again, thank you for hosting that, Mayor Hammond and team. So thank you. These are some of the other events coming up. Those were 2024, FY 24 events. These here are coming up in 25. And our fireworks is great. We actually do that not on 4th of July. We do that so you all can do your 4th of July here. If you all want to come up, we have a live band there. And it's we got bouncy houses. We got all kinds of stuff, food trucks. It's a great time, and we put on a really good fireworks show, and it's out there on the airfield where those airplanes land. So it's a nice time. Please come join us. With that, I already mentioned a little bit about opportunities. We have a number of civilian shortages in our garrison team, and we're always hiring. And the types of jobs we're hiring for range across the gamut. And so we invite you to share the QR codes. And if you know someone who's looking for employment, please look us up. We're not that far up the road. We do have housing on post, and that's open to civilians on a space available. And we oftentimes are able to get the civilians into our housing, and it's at it's a bit of a reduced rental rate. It's a little bit cheaper than the surrounding community. It's just a good opportunity. And I believe that's it. Any questions?
All right. Thank you, Colonel Trotter. Questions for Colonel? Again, it's an honor to have you here tonight. I mean, I think the relationship between Paso Robles and Fort Hunter Liggett is a long-lasting and forever type of situation, and we certainly want to do whatever it takes to help you in your mission to keep us all safe.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you and your staff for coming. Amy, everybody.
Thank you.
Command Sergeant Major. Thank you. All right. Next, we have Caltrans Quarterly. Is Gus going to be online, Melissa?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Gus.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Gus Corey with Corey Consulting. Pleasure to be with you here virtually. Just want to give a brief update as far as what's going on in Sacramento, and then focusing on some of our priorities for the city. So the legislature convened today in a special session. The regular session had concluded on August 31st, but Governor Newsom called a special session in order to address the gas price spikes that we endured in November of 2022. And so there was a bill that went through the state assembly today. It's AB 1. And what it does is it requires the petroleum industry to have some additional supply to hedge against the volatile price spikes. So we'll see what happens in the state Senate, and it's been a controversial bill for several reasons, but hopefully it does what the governor intends, and that's to lessen the price of gas at the pump. They did not address the gas tax. That is something that the Republican caucus in each house has been asking for. There is, however, a concurrent effort by the California Transportation Commission in order to look at a successor source to the gas tax. And so our firm is heavily involved in that. I've got former Transportation Commission Executive Director Mitch Weiss on my team, and we're trying to put some numbers together at the request of the Road User Task Force to see what would make sense for a successor source. And we really need something sooner rather than later. And that's because our revenues are declining with the proliferation of electric vehicles on our roadways. There's over 2 million electric vehicles now, and they don't pay at the pump, which hurts our revenue, which impacts your ability to address local streets and roads, or Caltrans for their ability to address any work on the state highway system. So we'll keep you posted on those efforts as well. So getting to just a couple quick items with respect to the city. I think I take exception to what Ms. Esperanza said earlier. The Department of Public Works is stocked full of supermen and women with all the activity that's been underway in the city. It's pretty exciting to see. Creston Road was something that Senator Laird had helped us with getting some funding for. And so it's exciting to see the progress on that project. We also got funding for Niblick a while ago. It was one of the largest awards in the state for an active transportation project. So the city is really living up to expectations as far as having a multimodal network around the city. And what we're focused on now is improving safety along Union Road. And so we've been working very closely with Caltrans on a weekly basis. We completed the environmental work that's necessary to go ahead and start pursuing some funding for right-of-way acquisition and hopefully some construction funding through the Transportation Commission. We're currently pursuing a grant through the California Transportation Commission. It's through the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. Applications are due November 22nd. Staff recommendations come out in early June, and then the commission will adopt those recommendations in late June of 2025. And so SLOCOG has been a partner there. They're providing us with about half the match that's required for the project, and we're seeking about a $15 million award. We just don't. We're not going to make the cut to get construction funding, but if we can get the award for the right-of-way, then that does set us up for construction funding in about another 18 months, so we can pursue that opportunity. And so working tirelessly there. And as I mentioned, I've got a former CTC executive director on my team. So it's all hands on deck and trying to bring that project to fruition and eliminate some of those left-hand turns that have resulted in some really nasty collisions and fatalities in the city. So I'll stop right there, Mr. Mayor, and I'm happy to answer any questions or take any comments that you or the council may have.
Very good. Thank you, Gus. Anything for Gus Kohari? Yeah. I did have something again on the 46 East overpass. It sounds like we didn't make the cut this year, but are we on fairly good grounds for making it more sooner than later?
Yeah. So Mr. Mayor, what we didn't make the cut for was Caltrans has an opportunity through, they can sponsor the project. And what that does is the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program is an $800 million program. They get to nominate 40% of that balance, so it's about $320 million. Within District 5, though, there are some construction-ready projects that are really big ticket items that they want to complete. One's in Santa Barbara, that's over $80 million. Another's in Monterey through Castroville, that's $150 million. So that's 230 out of the 320 balance. And, they've got 11 other Caltrans districts. And so what that cost, the opportunity cost, if you will, was if Caltrans had sponsored the project, then there would be less of a match requirement that's required. But we're talking about, it's only about $1 million and change is roughly, because we still have to put in our portion, our regional share of funding. So SLOCOG is going to do that. I know that Mr. Hewitt is going to go to Slowcock tomorrow morning, where there will be a discussion. But they're pretty committed to partnering. And then we do have, you may recall, when we had the town hall meeting on Cinco de Mayo of last year, there's some CTC commissioners that see the value proposition that we're trying to improve safety. And even while we went through the process, we scored a 10 out of 10 as it relates to the importance of the value proposition of the project addressing safety concerns. And so that's not going to be lost upon the commission. So while we can't guarantee anything, we're cautiously optimistic. And even though Caltrans did not sponsor the project, they are still working with us, District 5 and headquarters, on a weekly basis to assist with and SLOCOG on the preparation of the application to try to accentuate our prospects of getting that award by next June.
You have anything to add to that at all?
No,
Mr. Strong? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Gus. Again, I appreciate all your efforts. Again, it's coordinated, both your side and our side, and knocking on doors up there and making it happen. So we appreciate all your support.
Of course. And Mr. Mayor, if I can put a shameless plug, if we'd appreciate a support letter from Fort Hunter Liggett, that'd be amazing.
Okay, I'll work on Colonel Trotter for you. That would be I think we could probably make that happen. I think I did one for you guys. It's time to reciprocate a little bit. So, okay. Not a problem, guys. We'll make it happen.
He makes a very good point, because Highway 46 East is a military highway.
Oh, yeah.
And Department of Defense can get involved in that.
Yeah, it's definitely a crossroads. It's the gateway to the valley at this point. So, okay, sounds good. Thank you. Appreciate it very much, Gus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I bet. All right, moving on then. At this point, we have consent calendar. Oh, excuse me. Nope, we don't. We have general public comments. This is a time that public may address the council on items within its purview, but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council or staff may briefly respond to statements and questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker card and give it to our city clerk prior to speaking. You'll have 3 minutes. Those people wishing to speak on any item scheduled on tonight's agenda will be given the opportunity to speak when that item is being considered. So first up, looks like Linda George.
Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. How about that Sunday night worship at the park? Thank you. I have to admit, I ain't been to church for a couple years since I moved here, but that was awesome. And I really hope that, especially that was in District 1, that was even cooler. I really hope that we can do that a lot. That was awesome. And it went so well. There were no problems, there were no traffic issues, nothing to that effect. And I just wanted to make a plug while you were still here. I don't know who put that night on. I tried to find out. I still don't, but I urge that we do that regularly. It's very, I don't, here's a deep secret about me. I'm Pentecostal. I raised my son in an apostolic church for 30 years, 20 years, he's 31. And since I moved here, there hasn't been very many churches for me to visit. And so that was amazing. Our church used to host 1,600 people for one conference, Union City Apostolic Church. 22 churches putting aside their doctrine and worshiping and praising God together is amazing. I put some pictures on Protect Paso, I think it is. Over 270 people liked the pictures. Mayor, I got you. I didn't know Dan Dow was so tall. And it was really awesome. And I think it put a lot of faith. And I think it's important that we do pray for the city. And that's all I came up to say. That was a really prolific night for 22 churches to do something like that. And anyhow, and so other than that, I'm going to save my comments. I know that you had Angel speak for the Residency Academy, but I just want to say right now, thank you to the staff. They're the most amazing people that I have ever worked with. The joy that Angelica has for her job. I think I almost gave Christopher a heart attack playing a joke at the water treatment plant. I've enjoyed seeing Warren on TV, on KSBY, and I think it's incredible. And I just want to say thank you for doing that. My only suggestion to Shauna, I wish she was here tonight, was that you guys do it twice a year. Once for adults and once for the youth. That way the youth can learn what the city is like. And I learned a lot. You have some incredible staff here, and I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Gary Lehr, 1472 Whippoorwill Lane, Templeton, California. First of all, I'd like to give a shout out to the members of the military who are here. My dad worked as a defense contractor for a long time, and I grew up with a great appreciation of the military who protect our freedom of speech, which we are exercising tonight. And thank you for being here. I've been studying I-24 a lot, and I first thought that this was pretty much cut and dried, but after taking a detailed look at it, and I apologize for reading this, but this is the only way that I can get this out. As far as road repairs in I-24, and this is from the city's own street maintenance facts, which is attached, and I've also given copies. And this is on the city's website as well. 18% of the city's streets have failed. 27% of the city's streets are poor. That's 45%. This was a couple of years ago, and none of the failed roads have been repaired that I've seen, and so they are worse. So the argument against I-24, which will be on the ballot, is, let me say this, we're not against continuing the half-cent sales tax for road repairs. What we're opposed to is the fact that what we want really is that all of the money from the sales tax be used for road repairs. I don't think, I've been studying city finance over the weekend, and I don't think that borrowing $56 million from the future, that's going to put us further in debt, and we already have debt, which we should be paying down and not adding to. And there's no sunset clause, and that I think that's going to hurt you, honestly. And I understand that the reason why there's no sunset clause is that so we can borrow against it. I'm running out of time here, but the 2012 passage of the supplemental sales tax provides a revenue of approximately $5.5 million per year. And at this rate of revenue, the average PCI condition would go from 54 to 41. Again, this was a couple of years ago, but the city knew then it wasn't enough and the PCI would go down, and it has. I'd like to quote Fred Strong here, and Council Member Strong, who we all greatly respect and admire for his service, his unselfish service to the public. Fred Strong says that the worst roads were never maintained for the 40 years before the E12 measure, and they have not been repaired. I'm sorry, I'm out of time, but I-24 is not enough, and we don't want to go into debt, I would say, or to pay extra taxes. Thank you for your attention, and I appreciate it very much.
David, welcome. Sorry you didn't make the presentation, but I think you got your certificate. Yeah.
You guys never get through that stuff that fast. If you hold off starting my timer, I want to compliment people a little bit about the Resident Academy. Thank you, Chris, Shauna, everybody that's here, Edith, everybody's names I won't get through. But really, I said it before, it was awesome. We learned a lot of things, a lot of misconceptions that people talk about, and I'm now able to tell people, no, that's not true, that's not true, which is useful in our city, because people, when they don't know, talk about, oh, you're using up my time now, compliment. Mm-hmm. I was hoping we could save my time for what I have to say. I think I'll be fast enough. So I wrote the argument against I-24 that's going to be on the ballot. I don't have an issue with the half-cent sales tax. What I have an issue with, sorry, my name's Dave Nelson, I'm from Paso. I have an issue with that being the only money we spend. I have an issue with borrowing money from the future to pay for roads. I have an issue with making it permanent. A lot of people have the same issues. It's not enough. Right in page 2 of what Gary gave you, what he read to you from the street maintenance facts on the website, quote, the 2012 passage of the supplemental sales tax provides a revenue of approximately $5.5 million per year, and at this rate of revenue, the average PCI would go down from 54 to 41. Deedus can probably confirm that it probably has gone down. It's about to expire. It's not enough. We need to spend more. This has been a bait and switch. We're going to spend money on the roads, but we're not going to spend any more money on the roads. Now, I know we have. Ryan's told us about J20 extra money and some other things. What I'm looking for is that, look, there's 40, I'm going to run out of time here now. There are 4,500 registered voters in poor and failed roads on the west side. It includes Mayor Hammond and council members Gregory and Roden. There were 11,500 votes cast last time. The city thinks that it's going to be a 60% vote. It's only 500 to 1,000 votes. It's not that big a margin. 86% of the people think roads are high priority, and we haven't prioritized them over many other things. According to that same document, increasing the PCI from 54 to 40 to 59 would require a revenue of $12 million per year for the next 10 years. So I want to make an offer. I will publicly retract my argument against I-24 and campaign for it if I can get a consensus from the council and the other candidates that we can fix those issues. It's not the only money we spend. That we pledge to double the road repair budget, that we don't borrow money from the future, and what's the last thing? We don't make it permanent. I'd kind of like to see a show of hands tonight on who might support that. Anyone? There's Michael Rivera. No one else? Well,
Could you
we have one person.
Summarize there, David, please.
That was my summary.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the graduation, Chris.
You bet.
And all my support in the upcoming issue tonight. Thanks.
Kendall, welcome.
I'm not going to talk about the airport. My name's Kendall Pearson. I run a business out at the airport, 4740 Wing Way. I'd like to talk about a little event that happened during the last council meeting that I was involved in. I'm sitting right here in my chair and waiting on the agenda to come across. And the person sitting in front of me engaged me in conversation, nothing big. And previous to this, this person turned around with their phone and started taking pictures of me and the two people next to me. I observed this earlier in the meeting and kind of went, okay, that's interesting. And then later on, she engaged me in conversation. And then I said, yeah, that's great, but why are you taking pictures of me? And she asked, why do I know you? And I said, no, you don't know me. Why are you taking pictures of me? And the next exchange was, it's my right to take pictures of you. I said, I absolutely understand it's your right. Why are you taking pictures of me? And the two other people, actually all four of us sitting in the row behind. Okay, I understand that it's absolutely in someone's right, and we're all in the public sphere, that we can get our photographs taken. That's absolutely fine. It's all about context at this point, right? So if we're all out camping making s'mores and someone yells fire, they're going to go, yeah, there's a fire right there, idiot, and right on. But if we're in a crowded movie theater, it's dark, and somebody yells fire, it's a much different meeting. I don't think anybody has to think too far down the road about here we are in a political context here. You know, this incident to me, at best, is kind of creepy. At worst, it's an attempt at political intimidation. So some of the questions I would have for you is, and I don't want to generate any more billable hours for our attorney, but do we have a policy on photographing people in a political context? I'm just part of the crowd. Now, I understand people want to get their pictures taken with you guys, like the Heritage Foundation last meeting, everybody wanted a picture with you. Great, no problem. Not me. It seems strange to me that someone would want to take a picture of an individual. The other thing I have for you guys is that, I've been here a lot, probably more than most citizens, not everybody, but over the last year and a half. But is there a policy against campaigning at this podium? Because I get it. Most of us are single topic people. My topic was the airport. The gentleman last week that had the commercial vehicles, his topic was zoning, right? It's a single topic. To come up here over and over and over again to discuss things that really have nothing on your agenda, it actually wastes the public time. You guys have enough on your plate. You don't need to get home at midnight anymore. General comments. So some of my questions, there are no rights without responsibilities, and our first responsibility is to each other. Just because you have the right to do something doesn't mean it's a good idea.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anybody online?
No one online for general public comment.
Okay. Think anybody else has any other things for public comment? We'll go ahead then and move on to, I guess.
Hammond.
Yeah, Pro Tem Gregory.
So I have a question. Can we respond to some of the comments on I-24? This is a question for Elizabeth.
Yes. Is it on the ballot? I'm not sure if we're allowed to.
We're waiting for an answer.
Right, so the matter is on the ballot, so it's really not appropriate for the city to engage in campaigning around it. If there's a factual or an educational item,
Yes.
We can respond to that. It might be appropriate for your assistant city, or your acting city manager, to respond if you want.
Yeah, I would rather have.
Or Frida.
Well, I think it would be fortunate to clarify what we're talking about when we talk about using it for a revenue bond. That it's different than
So I could clarify if that would be helpful, which is the item that is on the ballot is a 50-cent sales tax. It is a continuation of the existing sales tax that's on the ballot. It is a general tax. It is not a special tax. It is not, excuse me, it is not earmarked for a specific source. The council has identified a number of priorities within the city budget. One of them is roads. And so that's the city's position. The city has not analyzed, evaluated, or taken any position on bonding or incurring debt as it relates to that income, if it were to be approved by the voters in November.
But can we explain the difference between what that would be compared with what the debt we have for GO bond is?
Let's let our assistant city manager answer the question.
Mayor and council, Councilmember Strong, if I understand your question, I can explain what a revenue bond is as it relates to what we're talking about here. What we had talked about with the council was one potential, if Measure I-24 were to be approved by voters, there would be a potential option, should council give us that direction, to utilize a portion of the revenue generated from that measure to then go out and get what's called the revenue bond. So we're pledging the revenue that's generated by that measure for future debt service in order to get funding up front with the concept of accelerating road repairs. That was the concept that was discussed as a run-up to the placement of the measure on the ballot. That's different than a general obligation bond. A general obligation bond is a bond that's approved by the voters for specific facilities and infrastructure, an identified list typically of items where that debt is then reflected on their property tax bill as a pledge of repayment over the lifespan of the bond, whether that be 20 or 30 years. So we're talking, there are two different mechanisms. What we're talking about here, though, and what we've talked about in the past with I-24 is a revenue bond that's not subject to the vote in November. That's not on the ballot. What is on the ballot, as Ms. Holt mentioned, was a 50-cent sales tax, and whether or not the voters would like to renew what is today Measure E12, but is on the ballot as Measure I-24.
Question, though.
And just for clarification, the council has not committed or made any determinations regarding a bond.
Fred,
I
Fred,
have a question though.
Fred, with all due respect, I asked the question
But
first.
can I ask this one?
No, you can wait for me.
It's
Just
very much
wait for
related.
me. This is very pertinent. One of our options for if I-24 were to pass is to use half of the money from J20 and all the money from E12, correct? That's an option.
Certainly, the council has direction, or the council can provide direction on how they would like to use monies, both from what is today Measure E12 and Measure J20. Those are both discretionary, although you have previously established priorities for both of those measures. The council does have discretion over how that money is to be spent.
Thank you.
Let's go to Fred Strong. Go ahead.
My follow-up question is this. Do we have any revenue bond debt at this time?
I don't believe I want to have Mr. Cornell come up. I don't believe we have any general revenue bond debt. We do have general obligation bond debt, which is set to mature or expire in 2028.
27.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. The only revenue bonded debt is in the enterprise funds in the water. We use revenue bonds for the 21st Street Reservoir project.
And
that's covered and paid for with water funds and it's
That's water funds only. Thank you.
To be clear, Chris, can you identify the fact that this is a general obligation tax, but that we as a council have basically determined that all the monies that were generated would be used specifically for road type of maintenance?
So this is a general tax,
Yes.
and once the funds are in the general fund, the council will have discretion as to how it will be spent.
Right.
You have identified, as the Assistant City Manager said, a series of priorities for future funding needs, but no determination has been made as to how the funds will be spent.
Yeah.
And if I can, just looking back to Measure E12, using that as kind of an example, that was a general sales tax that was passed, and then the council determined an equivalent amount of funding equivalent to the amount that's generated by that measure would go towards roads. And so over the last 12 years or so, 100% or more or less of that amount has gone to roads, and I believe that's $78 million thereabouts. So just for clarity there.
As verified by the Tax Oversight Committee too.
Supplemental tax.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
John?
Sure.
Question, thank you. So just to your point that we could specify that all the proceeds, if passed, from I-24 could be earmarked for roads.
Equivalent amount.
But we would not necessarily have to do. There's nothing in the current measure that says that the council would have to do that.
No, the measure is a general sales tax measure, correct. So there's nothing in there that's binding the council.
It can go either way. Anyway.
It can, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the council has ultimate discretion, again, on how that funding is to be used, should it pass.
Sharon?
I have a question for Frida, possibly. Has the PCI been, has it gone down since 2012?
No, it hasn't.
What is it?
It's, Deedus confirmed it's about 65.
Oh, Deedus is behind the podium. See, I didn't see her.
Yeah, no, it's what I thought. It's 65 at this point, plus or minus.
So it's gone up?
It has gone up.
So this isn't correct here? Okay.
No, I noted Mr. Nelson's comments, and I want to check the website because it has not gone down.
Correct.
Further question, it was to Kendall's question about taking photos. We had an incident the other night at the council chamber debates that people were taking pictures. What do you have off the top of your head? Is there any kind of a ruling on something like that you can advise us on for the public about that kind of an event or somebody taking photos?
So you are public officials in a public setting. So it's really, people can take photos.
What if it wasn't a public official?
But in this case with Kendall, he's not public, or he's not an official, but
he is a member of the public in a public meeting.
Got it, okay.
So you could take photos in here. The ability to use those photos may create liability. Just because you can take the photo doesn't mean that you can use it. That would be between him and whoever took the photo. And then in response to the question about campaigning from the podium, it is a public setting, and as long as they're speaking about something related to the city's jurisdiction, that's what general public comments are for.
Oh, yeah, freedom of speech. Got it. Very good. Anyone else? Okay. All right, moving on. We're going to go ahead and then do the consent calendar. And the first item on this is to have any agenda items to be deferred. Chris Hua?
Mayor, I have no items for deferral this evening.
Very good. Item O is then to review the items on consent calendars for the public, please.
Sure. Mayor, we in council, we have 9 items this evening on your consent calendar. The first is the approval of the September 17th, 2024 City Council meeting minutes. Item number 2 is the approval of the 2025 City Council meeting schedule. The council typically is scheduled to meet on the first and third Tuesday of each month. The calendar included for your consideration tonight has exceptions in January, July, and October, I believe. January, we were working around a couple holidays and proposed to consolidate to one meeting in the middle of the month. For July, we're falling typically close to the July 4th holiday, and we've typically taken that first meeting off historically, and so that's proposed here. And then in October, we typically try to work around the League of California Cities conferences. Historically, there has been a majority of you that have chosen to attend that conference, so that's reflected in this calendar. Item number 3 is the receipt of the warrant register. So for between our last meeting and this meeting, there have been 2 check runs totaling $2.75 million. There were 5 notable payments in the amount of $100,000 or more. I'll cover those very briefly. The first was a payment out of the water fund to Badger Meter, Inc., and this was in an amount of $993,847.77. This is for the automatic metering project that the council had previously approved. This is for hardware related to that project. The next 2 items are pass-through payments to our destination marketing partners. The first is to Travel Paso in the amount of $187,594.50. And that was for the July payment to them. Again, this is a pass-through. And then the next one that's a pass-through is to the Visit Slow Cow Group for July 2024 for their assessment that they collect. And this is for the amount of $141,410.13. And then the last 2 items are the same amount. They're $116,478 each. And these are for quarter 1 and quarter 2 payments to the county for our animal control contract. Again, we can contract with the county for those services. And these are the payments for the first 2 quarters of the fiscal year for having those services rendered within the city. Item number 4 is the approval of a hiring incentive program and the applicable side letter agreement with the Service Employees International Union. Item number 5 is the approval of amended and restated joint powers agreement and bylaws of the Black Gold Cooperative Library System. This is our cooperative that we're a part of for material sharing. Again, this is updating the agreement and those bylaws with the member agencies. This has been, I think, vetted and approved by most of the other agencies at this point. Item number 6 is the affirmation of a Senior Citizens Advisory Committee liaison appointment to the San Luis Obispo County Master Plan on Aging. Again, this council must make those appointments to these types of special assignments. Item number 7 is the approval of a construction contract with Arbor Corporation for stormwater basin repairs at the Navajo Avenue area. Item number 8 is the approval of the consultant work and agreement and amendments for the environmental impact report and traffic impact study. This is related to the reuse of the boys' school out off of Airport Road. I should note that this is a pass-through item where we need additional work done and the developer will be reimbursed the city. And then finally, item number 9, at your last meeting, you held first reading of the large zoning code update. So this is second reading of that comprehensive zoning code update. Of course, we went through quite a bit of discussion at the last meeting. So just for the public and for the council, this second reading adopts the bulk of that zoning code update, with the exception of those items that you exempted, I'll say last time, including oak tree, commercial vehicle work, and home occupation. I think those were the three main ones. So this is just the second reading of everything else that you talked about last time. And with that, that concludes the overview of the consent calendar. Happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Chris. Okay, these are items on consent are not normally considered routine and do not normally require separate discussion. However, any member of the council or the public that wishes to have specific questions or wants a clarification to be given on an item, we can address that now before the vote is taken. Or if somebody from the council or the public wishes to have a full discussion on an item, that will cause the item to be pulled from the consent calendar and moved to the end of the discussion items portion of tonight's agenda. So having started off with, I'll start with Council Sharon Brooke.
I have some questions on number 4.
Okay, go ahead.
What is POST?
POST is a police officer association. It's the Peace Officers Standard Training is what it stands for. It's a statewide agency that all police officers and peace officers have to go through.
And I'm referring to a portion of this side letter of agreement that we're able to get reimbursed for $7,500 for someone who's going through the police academy and lives outside of 60 miles of...
Yeah, I believe it was 40 miles, but it might... Yeah.
Well, I think it says 60 here.
It's 60, okay.
Before it was $600 a month, and now we're looking at bumping it up to $1,500, which would be $9,000, which goes over the $7,500. Why not keep it at equal at $7,500? That's still a bump. That's my one question. And
it's 5 months. I'm sorry. It's a 5-month academy.
So. Oh, I thought it said it was 6 months. I apologize. 6-month academy is what it has here.
I was hoping I was just going to finish it. Mayor,
he
Council,
tried.
Damian Nord, Police Chief. So in order to try to onboard officers faster, we used to just go through Longpoke Academy. We have now extended that to the Ventura Academy, which that academy is actually a month longer. It's a little more rigorous. It has a little more stuff involved. But yes, so it does. That is what obviously is causing some of this, the cost to go up tremendously, because the cost to stay there is much more expensive than in Longpoke.
But at the 600, which it was, would be 3,600. And we have an allowance, quote unquote, of 7,500. But if you use the 1,500, now we're up to 9. Why not bump it from the 36 to 75 and hold it there? Why was the increase necessary above that?
Now I'm confused.
For a 6-month, 1,500.
So we are sending the recruits to a different academy, and I guess there is different timelines on that. On POST's requirements, they look at, it's 5 months when it's all said and done. I want to say it's 20 weeks. Is what POST will reimburse the city up to.
Okay.
But in addition to what POST reimburses the city for, the city is also paying for the cadets' full salary to go through school and the full wages and benefits. So really what POST is reimbursing the city, I'm going to make up a number, say 20%, but it's not the full cost recovery of sending a cadet through the academy.
Okay. But this is 2.5 times more than what we were paying before.
Correct.
I just want to be clear. If a cadet leaves the academy and decides to go somewhere else, do we still get reimbursed for those costs?
Up to when they were through the academy.
Okay. The move-in allowance, are those paid to the services or paid to the employee, to the police officer, or to the employee. This is more than just police officers.
So the typical process is to provide them in lieu housing fee, so that goes on their payroll check. There is applicable tax deductions that apply, and this recruit timeframe, we are going to provide the allowance, the last paycheck of the month for the preceding month payment.
I think I'm talking about something different. I'm talking about the moving allowance. There's $10,000 for reasonable moving expenses.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I just wondered, does that matter where you're moving from, or is it just a 10,000 goes to the employee period?
No. That program is actual expenditures up to $10,000. So we do require moving receipts or source invoices and the like.
And then I know we've discussed the housing loan assistance, which I am 100% for. I think it's a great option. However, I noticed that in the instances where someone is no longer working for the department, the city will strive to get the loan repaid as quickly as possible, but will continue to honor the 15-year term. Why don't, if they are no longer working here, why don't we have it due and payable?
I don't think that was I'm going to put words in Elizabeth's mouth. I don't think it was something like legally we were allowed to do.
It was not an option to do?
Right. Or we can't change the term midway through. It's just because of the term of employment. And so even when we've only had one individual that's taken advantage of this so far, and he has left the agency, and he did repay back the loan right away as soon as he sold the house. So this is just more, I think, of a protection to try to make sure that the intent is for you to work here. The intent is not for you to come on board and
no, and it's a great incentive, and I do love it.
And we do recognize there is some risks involved in this.
Okay.
I mean, even the cadets could just drop out of the academy 1 month in, and then we've already invested all those dollars to them or her.
That was it. Thank you.
Okay. Fred, you had nothing to pull over here, nothing. I do want to talk about item 2 more in depth. So by our rules, we need to put that at this end of discussion. That has to do with the council meeting schedule. So I'll go to the public. Anybody wishing to pull or have any questions on anything on consent calendar? If not, we'll bring it back to council for discussion and or action.
So, Mayor Hammond, I'd like to make a motion. We approve items 1, 3 through 9.
Second.
Okay, motion by Pro Tem Gregory, second by Councilman Bausch. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Moving on, we'll open the public hearings, and the first item tonight is going to be the tentative amendment for planning area 9 of the Olson Ranch tract, 3149. And Warren, do you have that item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you'll recall you continued this item from the previous agenda because it was not ready. This item is still not ready for a hearing tonight. We're recommending you continue it once again, date certain, to your November 5th, 2024 agenda.
Okay, so I'll open it up to the public. Anybody wishing to make a comment on this item before we take action? Bring it back to council.
I move we continue the item.
Second.
Pro Tem Gregory for the motion and second by Councilman Strong. All in favor? Do we have to do a motion? I mean, a roll call?
I believe we do.
Yeah, let's just do roll call on this, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. Item 2, public hearings is rezoning and development plan, Spring Street mixed use, affordable housing, density bonus project. And it looks like we're going to have Katie Bannister.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Hammond and Council. So the next hearing is for a mixed-use project proposed at 1745 Spring Street. Involved with this is a number of entitlements. The first is to rezone the property to include the resort lodging overlay. In addition, there is a development plan for the actual appearance and site planning for the project, and then conditional use permit for a wine tasting room associated with the project as well. So here is the location. This is just south of 18th Street, south of the Paso Market Walk, just to the east of the Christian Life Center Church, and to the north of the Kuhl Nicolay Funeral Home. This is in the T3F zoning district. It's part of the Uptown Town Center specific plan. There are about 2,100 square feet to the site. I believe it's 3 underlying lots of the original subdivision of the city, which were 7,000 square foot lots. There was previously a Chevron gas station on the site. It was developed in 1963 and then demolished a couple of decades ago. The applicant has worked with, there were some leaking underground tanks on the site, and those have been remediated over the years. So as I said, there are a number of entitlements. The first is largely because of the leaking underground tanks and the scope of the project. The project was not exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and so the first resolution that you'll be considering this evening is for a mitigated negative declaration to address the environmental impacts of the project. The next would be, the next entitlement is to rezone the property, as I mentioned, to add that resort lodging overlay district. This is an existing overlay district that does exist in other portions of the city, and so the applicant is requesting that it be applied to this property. There is a development plan associated with the project that does include an affordable housing density bonus. There's a lot of state law around affordable housing density bonuses and things that the city is required to approve once an affordable housing, a percentage of units are dedicated to low-income households. There are bonuses and concessions that the applicant is eligible for. As I stated, the last is a conditional use permit for a wine tasting room on the ground floor. So this is a look at the resort lodging overlay district, lots of words, but as I said, it's an existing overlay district. It does allow the council to consider and selectively provide appropriate locations for resorts and hotels and similar forms of visitor serving lodging. That is a goal of the city to become an end destination tourist attraction, and the city council can, the considerations that the council should base their approval include compatibility with adjacent and nearby land uses and the adequacy of streets and highways to handle anticipated traffic. So the development plan for the project does include about 3,500 square feet of commercial space on the ground floor. That does encompass 2 commercial spaces for future tenants, one of which would be a wine tasting room. There are 16 hotel rooms proposed in the building, and that would be dependent upon the resort lodging overlay district being applied to the site. There are 8 residential apartments that are proposed, one of which would be deed restricted for an affordable unit to a very low-income household. The project also includes some outdoor amenities, including an enclosed courtyard on the ground floor and a rooftop patio. Here's a look at the architecture of the project. So here we're looking to the northwest, or on Spring Street, looking to the northwest. You can see the funeral home to the left of or on the left side of the image there. And then in the background, that's the Paso Market Walk. We've now moved to the corner of 18th, and we're looking back to the southwest. You can see another side of the building. Continuing in our, I shouldn't have gotten myself into this, I think, counterclockwise spin around the property. We're on 18th Street, and we're looking to the southeast now. So at the back of the property, they'll be utilizing the alley to access the site. There's some covered parking, and then there's some additional uncovered parking as well. And now we're in the alley and we're looking to the northeast. Again, you can see the covered parking, and then the uncovered parking is closer to us. The plum trees here, the purple trees, are actually the Kuhl Nicolay's parking lot that's adjacent to the site. Looking at the site plan, there are the orange it encompasses the roof of the building. We look at the ground floor. There are 2 tenant spaces now shown in blue. There are additionally 2 hotel units that are on the ground floor, adjacent to the courtyard that's on the ground floor as well. The second and third floor include a mixture of both residential and hotel units. The hotel units on the second floor are in orange, and the residential units are now in yellow. On the third floor, a similar mix. You've got hotel units in orange, and then there is 1 residential unit on the third floor. On the fourth floor, as I said, there is an elevator that goes to the top, and one of the concessions we'll see in a future slide is a height exception that's largely driven by this elevator, and then there's a rooftop patio there as well. So the project meets all the development standards of the Uptown Town Center specific plan with two exceptions. The first is for height. The maximum height allowed in the T3F zoning district is 36 feet. The bulk of the building largely meets that standard. The main bulk of the building is 35 feet 6 inches. There is a mechanical screen that exceeds that height, and then the elevator is more than 46 feet in height. Additionally, the project does not meet its parking requirements. There are 26 parking spaces required and only 21 are provided. Both of the development standards that are not met by the project, the applicant has requested that they receive a concession for those two development standards that they would be entitled to because of that the affordable housing density bonus. So here's some discussion about parking. Because there's a mixture of uses, the total number of parking spaces required is 26, and the total proposed is 21, as mentioned previously. So looking at the affordable density bonus that is requested, so in the T3F zoning district, the maximum density that's allowed is 12 units to the acre. 6 density units would be allowed on this half-acre site. The applicant is proposing 1 unit for a very low-income household, which is 17% of the total. The project is eligible, therefore, for a 50% density bonus and 3 concessions. They are requesting a 33% density bonus for 2 additional units to take it to the 8 residential units and 2 concessions for height and for parking. This is some of the California government code related to the affordable housing density bonus. Essentially, the city would need to prove with a written finding based upon substantial evidence that the concessions or incentives do not result in identifiable and actual cost reductions in order to deny them. Staff has not been able to provide that evidence, and none is in the staff report. So staff is recommending that the concessions be granted on this project. As I stated, the last entitlement that the applicant is requesting is a conditional use permit. Wine tasting is conditionally allowed in the T3F zoning district on Spring Street only. There are adjacent uses that include wine tasting uses like the Paso Market Walk, but also some sensitive uses nearby, the Kuel Nicolai Funeral Home and then the Christian Life Center across the alley. There are some conditions of approval related to noise, but it may be that the council feels that there are additional conditions needed in order to keep this wine tasting use compatible with these adjacent uses. Here's a shortened list of the conditions of approval that are included in the draft resolutions in front of you. The one would be that only hotel guests and long-term tenants can use the outdoor areas. That's largely driven by parking. If those areas were open to the commercial uses, they would need to be parked at a different ratio. Additionally, no food or alcohol service would be allowed on the rooftop patio. That's also due to parking and then also some noise concerns. The applicant will be required to provide angled parking on 18th Street, which will result in additional parking on 18th. It'll increase from, now I'm going to get the number wrong, I believe it was an additional 3 parking spaces. Right now it's just parallel parking on 18th. The applicant will need to make some street improvements to both Spring Street and 18th Street, as well as reconstruct the alley. They'll likely need to upsize the water main and replace the clay sewer pipe that's in the existing pipe in the alley. In addition, you're under consideration as a mitigated negative declaration that includes a number of mitigation measures. There are some aesthetic concerns about exterior lights, so they'll need to shield those. There are some greenhouse gas considerations that were brought up by the Air Pollution Control District that would require just putting in electrical panels with capacity for a future all-electric retrofit. It does seem like the state is likely going in that direction in the future, and the APCD is trying to get ready for those, and then also to provide conduit for EV battery charging in the future. There's some additional requirements related to hazards. As I said, there were some leaking underground tanks on the site, and so the applicant will need to work with the Regional Water Control Board to have a soils management plan for any existing or remaining leaking. There were hydrocarbons in the soil, and it's possible there's some that remain, and so they'll need to work with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And then, as I stated, there's some noise concerns about the outdoor areas, and so those would only be open to tenants of the residential units and the hotel units. I guess I continued on. They've got some transportation impacts that they'll also need to mitigate. So constructing a bulb out at the corner of 18th and Spring, that'll match what got constructed with the Market Walk. And then there is a site distance concern with some of the existing parking on 18th Street, so they'll need to address that. And then there's some warning signs that need to be installed. The City Council has options. The first would be to approve the project by adopting the draft resolutions that are presented in the staff report. The second would be to approve the project with modifications by amending and then adopting those resolutions. You could send the project back to the Planning Commission or staff for additional analysis, or you could deny the project by making findings of denial. The Planning Commission did hear this item and made recommendations to the council. They did vote 6-0 for the council to approve the mitigated negative declaration and the to allow the rezoning, to allow the resort lodging overlay district to be placed on the site. There was one dissenting vote on the Planning Commission regarding the development plan, and that was largely related to the parking and the lack of providing the full parking requirement. And I believe that that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Katie. Yeah, first council questions for Katie. Councilman Strong.
Yes, one question. That is the low-income unit deed restricted?
That is correct. It will be deed restricted for 55 years.
Thank you.
Councilman Bausch. Councilman Bausch.
Not to make too big of a deal of it, but on the left side, there was one tank that had been punctured and removed, so there are no tanks. There weren't any multiple leaking tanks. I keep hearing plural. Can we clarify that?
I apologize if I misspoke. I know that the tanks have been remediated. I'm not sure how many, but I know all, whether it's one or however many.
And that was back when the gas station was being deconstructed. The backhoe operator punctured one of the tanks and a small amount of fuel leaked out. That's my recollection of the site. Thank you.
Councilman Roden.
Well, this may be a fruitless battle, but parking. If you just take the tenants, which there are 8 units, right? And I know that we've had this discussion before with one parking space per bedroom, and they're all 1-bedroom units, right?
The residential units, yes, they are.
And the hotels, are they all 1-bedroom units as well?
Studio or 1-bedroom, correct.
I'm sorry?
Some of them are studios, like a typical hotel room where there's no separate bedroom, and then some do have a separated bedroom. Okay.
But just take the 8 and the 16, that's 24. We're already over what the allowable is of 21.
Correct.
Now, people are going to be living there, so that means when people check into the hotel, they're going to be taking their parking spots, unless there's reserved parking for people who live there. Is there?
There was a large discussion about this at the Planning Commission, and there was opinions on both sides whether or not it would make sense to restrict the parking to specific uses or to allow them to be used in a mixed fashion. The Uptown Town Center specific plan has a built-in mixed-use shared parking reduction that's allowed just for any mixed-use project. And the reason that it works is if all the uses share, because some uses have a heavier demand in the day, and some have a heavier demand in the evening, and some have a heavier demand in the overnight. And so the idea is that the shared parking all be shared. And I believe that is the applicant's preference, is to allow them to all be shared. But certainly it is within the council's purview to put a condition of approval to restrict.
Well, when you have a hotel and tenants, most likely they're all going to be shared at night and there aren't enough to go around, especially if there are 2 people in on each one of those rental units that they both go to work. Now we're down another 8. That doesn't even take into consideration the parking for the businesses downstairs. Where are they going to park?
The parking requirement is 26, and the calculation you can see here on the screen. 18 parking spaces required for the hotel. 8 are required for the non-residential or those commercial spaces, or what are required.
I have 16 and 8, 26, but they're only providing 21. Am I off?
No, that is correct. So the hotel, there's 16 hotel units, and so that's 16 parking spaces. They're also required to provide parking for the staff on the largest shift, which is 2. So in this case, the entire hotel requirement is 18, and then you've got the 8 for the commercial spaces.
So they are required to provide 26 or 20?
26 is the requirement.
26 is the requirement. We all know that's not going to be enough because it doesn't even take into account whatever the businesses are downstairs and what the requirements are for that. We went through this, I wasn't sitting here at the time, but we went through this with the market walk, and I'm right. I was right then. People are parking over on Oak Street, on the bordering streets, in front of houses and everything else, taking up their parking. The employees are, so that they have parking down there. This isn't going to be adequate for this. Now, it may just be a situation where that's what you get when you're able to reduce by offering a low-income housing. But that low-income housing probably has 1 or 2 vehicles as well. So I worry that it's just going to create a problem for that neighborhood, and it's going to just couple it up again. Yeah, and as Mr. Strong said, it might be state law, but it's not reasonable, especially for the neighborhood. That's just my opinion.
Is that all you had, Sharon, on that then? Is that all you had then for that, your questions? Okay.
So, John, I have a question.
I had a question, but go ahead. If you want to go to Gregory, go ahead.
So I noticed that they're going to replace the parking on the north side of 18th next to the project with angled parking. How many parking spots do we gain by doing that?
I have forgotten the number. I believe it was a +3 over what is there today.
All right. And then can you go to the last slide? I had a question on that one. At the very end. Maybe one prior. Sorry. Okay, yeah, that's the question I had. Can you explain what installed pedestrian warning sign on the southeast corner? Is that just a flashing light on Spring on the southeast? Because that's across the street, right?
I am not sure if that's actually flashing or if it's just the yellow signs with the pedestrian there. I believe it would say flashing if that was intended. I believe it's just the big yellow sign showing a person coming
Okay, but that's on the south side. I mean, on the east side of Spring, not the same side as a hotel, correct?
It goes from the
hotel is on the south side of Spring, and so it would be on the opposite. It would be on the opposite side of Spring Street, but still at 18th and Spring.
Okay, and then my other question is: the applicant, if they wanted to, could designate permanent parking for residents, or is that against the law?
No, you could certainly require.
Just want to make sure there's no weird requirement for the state. Okay, those are all my questions. I have several comments, but I'll wait till afterwards. Thank you.
Yeah, my questions, Katie, are along the parking lines too. First off is on 18th Street, did we condition the marketplace to have diagonal parking on their southern boundary? That's parallel, isn't it?
Yes.
That's what I thought still, isn't it? Yeah.
Right, and there's not adequate width in those roads to have it on both.
That's exactly why I was asking, because I thought 18th was a pretty narrow street, and to have 2 diagonal parking, and, it's not going to work, obviously, but you do have it now on the south side only.
Right, and there's actually the angled parking adjacent to the church, just to the west, and so this would continue that pattern.
Continues on to Oak Street.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And the next thing I thought, and I think we've been listening to the discussion, I think we did answer that question for myself with, it's not dedicated parking, there's shared parking spaces on site. In other words, they're not dedicated to a certain type of use on the property.
As currently drafted, the resolutions would not require any of the parking spaces to be dedicated for a particular use. That's how it's currently written.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's all I have. I'm going to open it up maybe to Tobin or George. You guys want to say anything to us before we open up to the public?
So we don't actually take presentations mid-meeting. We have to review them ahead of the meeting. Is it something that Katie or Warren already has access to?
That's, I got, yeah, just a city council.
Is this the applicant's presentation?
Yes.
George? Yeah, okay.
So as a policy, we don't put public flash drives into the city system for cybersecurity reasons.
That is not something that we usually do.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Okay.
So if we have it in a format that we can.
Well, maybe George, if you want to start speaking while Warren maybe pulls the file up.
Sure, be happy to. That's fine. Yeah. Mayor Hammond, members of the council, sorry for the technical snafu here. George Garcia with Garcia Architecture and Design. I'm here with Tobin James and his son Michael. Happy to be here. Sounds like we're going to have a healthy discussion about parking, which, as Katie mentioned, we did at Planning Commission as well. So, but ahead of that, I want to thank staff. We've been working on this project for probably 2.5 years, coming up on 3, quite a while. Gone through a lot of iterations. There's a lot of moving parts to this. Parking is just one item that we worked very hard to try and solve. Again, it's what I call a multi-mixed use, vertically integrated mixed use project, in that there is not just housing, but we have a hotel component. We have some ground floor commercial facing Spring Street. So again, I want to applaud staff for our joint tenacity to get it to this far. And again, we're Planning Commission last month had good discussions about not just parking, but the uses and how things are going to function. And so I was hoping to go through just some more detail about the architecture. The project has gone through DRC twice. And last iteration, which is the project before you, received full marks for design, which we're happy about. But again, this property has been around for quite a while. It was a gas station for decades. We do have our Clean Bill of Health letter from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. I don't know how many tanks were there, but I can guarantee you that they are all been removed and the site has been remediated. So we've got that hurdle behind us, although there are some conditions which we are happy with regarding if we do find anything during excavation. As many of you know, even when the site's fully clean, it's never fully clean 100%. So we're fine with those conditions. And in going through the staff report, there are 3 resolutions, one to do with the rezone or the overlay zone to the hospitality, hotel motel, the use permit for the tasting room, which to clarify will be a downtown tasting room for Tobin James Winery. That's been something that has been in the works for a while, and this obviously made a lot of sense to locate it here. And then the hotel component, again, that's the concept there is going to be part of the Tobin James hospitality brand. So the idea is it would function in concert with the tasting room. Out-of-town guests can stay there. Wine club members can stay there. So there's really going to be a great opportunity for Tobin, who's been kind of out on 46th East for decades, to sort of come into Paso Robles. And we see a lot of wineries now coming into downtown Paso, making a presence with a small tasting room. And I think that's great for the city. While we continue to work through our legal and technical problems, maybe I would discuss parking. Obviously, that's a concern. I think I'm hearing. So the project is required to have 26 spaces. That's right out of the zoning code. There's an allowance for mixed use and shared. And again, the way that functions primarily with the residential uses and the commercial. And this is not just City of Paso, any jurisdiction in California that pushes a lot of these mixed-use projects. The concept there is the spots are used by the residences at night. They come home 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, they find a parking space. About that time is when the businesses close down. Again, we're going to have a wine tasting room and some other type of use, might be a coffee shop, we don't know, but those are going to be daytime uses, okay? So when the residents come home from a day at work, 5:30, 6 o'clock, those businesses are now closing. So those customers are now going home and freeing up those parking spaces where the residents can now come and park. The hotel is somewhat quasi-residential, right? It's a nighttime overnight use. It's a little more transient than permanent residences, but it's the same idea. And so Councilman Roden, to answer the question, the concept of, and again, we talked about this at Plan Commission, of earmarking or dedicating or reserving spaces simply doesn't work in a mixed-use project. The reduction is predicated on the fact that it's first come, first serve. No one gets a reserved spot. Doesn't matter if you're commercial, if you own the business, or if you're a hotel high roller, or if you're a residential tenant, or even if you're fortunate enough to get the workforce housing unit. It doesn't matter. It's a very democratic process, the way that the mixed-use parking works, but it only works if it's not earmarked or reserved for any particular person or any particular use. And again, it's the offset. You think about the commercial, it's busy during the day. The hotel people are gone. They're out doing whatever they're doing, hopefully shopping in the downtown. The residential folks, again, they're gone at work. So the reality is during the day, there's going to be more parking than we need for just the two commercial. And again, that sort of flips over about 5, 6 o'clock at night when the commercial spaces close down, residences come back. So that's, in general, the way that the mixed-use shared parking concept works on these mixed-use projects. So, okay, we're up and running. Apologies, this is the presentation I showed at Plan Commission, but it is the exact same project. Okay. So I'll go quick. A lot of this Katie shared with us, but again, it's 3,300 square feet of ground floor, Spring Street facing new commercial, 8 residential units with a mix of affordable and market rate. And again, those affordable units will be deed restricted per state standards. 16-room boutique hotel with a rooftop amenity. And again, there's not only the shared parking, but there's also a shared outdoor private ground floor courtyard, which will be shared equally by the hotel guests as well as the residences. And then 21 on-site parking spaces. In addition to that, again, we had a discussion at Plan Commission. We are also providing 10 bike parking. Again, we're all about multimodal transportation, alternate transportation. And while the bike parking isn't required, we've felt if one of those things, if you build it, they will use it specifically for projects in the downtown. So having ample amount of bike parking, we hope will also alleviate those folks who maybe would think about having 2 cars, maybe they can get by with 1 car, or ideally no cars if they end up working in the downtown and they can use alternate transportation. So again, our entitlement strategy with the use permits and the overlay, as well as the development plan, is to come in with a project that has a lot of facets, but primarily is housing and has an affordable component to it, again, which will allow us to leverage the state allowed incentives for additional height and the parking reduction from 26 down to 20. Again, quickly going through the slides, which now we're off. Get back here. Yeah. So very quickly, again, in terms of the design, as I mentioned, we went to DRC twice. We had 2 different iterations of the project. The one you see before you is the one that was supported by the DRC. We want to kind of scroll through these. We took a contextual look, again, at what's around. You folks have driven up and down the site many times. There's kind of a eclectic collection, we should say, of architecture surrounding it, behind and during the alley. And then, of course, next door we have the Paso Walk, which is a little more contemporary architecture. So our approach was to sort of take elements from all of these and hopefully come up with something that is speaks to the neighborhood, using the same materials, but is also unique in its own architecture and its own vocabulary and aesthetic. So I'm going to keep going through these. Again, Katie did a good job at this. We have the site plan. You see the large area in the middle that's running vertical. That's the private courtyard, which is an amenity space for the residential, as well as the hotel. That will not be accessed by the commercial. We had a lot of discussions about that because, again, that would generate more commercial, which means more parking. So we're agreeing that that will be strictly a very private space, only accessible to the residential and the hotel users. And the floor plan, again, the commercial spaces along Spring Street, and you can see the parking. All of it's taken off the alley. One thing that hopefully your transportation managers will appreciate, there's currently 4 driveway curb cuts, 2 on Spring, 2 on 18th. All of those are going away. We're going to replace it with full curb gutter and sidewalk. And the only access to the site will actually be through the existing alley off the back. So we're doing some good traffic mitigation. And one thing, again, back on parking, it did come up again at the Planning Commission. We are in agreement to go ahead and improve 18th Street with the angle parking. That's going to yield, again, another 3 or 4 spaces off-site. We're fine with that and happy to comply with that condition. As we just keep going through these, Warren, as we move up, again, on the left side of the alley, which is on the west, we have the residential units. And again, over the commercial on Spring is where we have the hotel rooms primarily. And as we keep going up, the area on the, again, the left is only a 2-story against the alley because we want to be respectful of the height and the massing of the Christian Center across the alleyway. And then the 3rd story here facing Spring Street on the right-hand side. And then here's the rooftop. The building is actually going through DRC. We kind of took a different approach. Instead of having one long building, we sort of broke it up into 2 smaller buildings. I think it helps the massing, breaks down the architecture a little bit. So you can see here, it's going to have the appearance of really 2 separate buildings. And here's the Spring Street front elevation. As Katie mentioned, the bulk of the building actually complies with the height. I'd say 90% of it, 95% of it. It's just the rooftop screen for the equipment and the 8x8 elevator tower. That's exceeding that. This is a good example of how we're showing that, again, stepping down the massing, we put all the bulk along Spring Street, along the commercial corridor, where it really should go. And as we move towards the west, towards the alley, you can see how the building kind of nicely steps down into a 2-story effect. And again, Katie showed these, but again, these are finished renderings of the project from 18th and Spring Street, looking back towards the building, towards town. This is on 18th Street, where hopefully we'll have angled parking right in front of the alley. And again, from the other side of the alley behind the funeral home, looking back at the project. And then back looking kind of north up Spring Street to the north at the project itself. And a few more things. Again, we were kind of wanting to get excited about the tasting room and talking with Tobin James and his group about the concept of an upscale saloon, right? If you've been out to the Tobin James winery, it's very much of the Paso vernacular, if I can use that term. So we wanted to obviously translate that here to a downtown tasting room, but have it somewhat elevated. So the idea of an elevated modern saloon kind of batted around. We're not sure if the taxidermy horse is going to make it to the finish line, but it's a good concept. But you can see that we're planning a very high quality project. This is a property that Tobin's owned for a while, and he wants to do what we call a legacy project for his family, something that'll stay in the family for a long time. And that would start with the presence of the tasting room. So one final shot of the hotel rooms, again, very upscale, very well appointed, high quality project for not just the family, but for the city of Paso as well. So I think that's the last slide. Again, we're in favor of staff support of the conditions. We read through them and we're in full support of the conditions as read. Happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
Okay. First, we'll start on my far left. Councilman Broden, questions for the applicant.
Well, I understand that you're actually asking, and let me tell you, I like the building. I think it's pretty. I like, and believe me, there's going to be somebody get on that horse if you have it in there. It's going to create problems. But I understand you have to change the zoning because you can't have a hotel in a T3F zone where it is now. If it were there, then you would be required to have 45 spaces. Going to the TC2 and with the low-income housing requirement that we have with this is what I take it reduces the spaces down to 26 spaces required. Is that where we're at, is 26?
26 spaces are required per your zoning code.
Right. And you're providing 26 or 21?
21. Hence the parking reduction request.
Okay. Well, really, that's my only hang up, because I think it's really going to have an effect on the community. I know that's the main street of town, but you're just a half a block off from from neighborhoods. But I think it's a beautiful project.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Can I ask a question of Toby Shumrick?
Of who?
Toby Shumrick.
Oh, Toby.
Okay.
Oh, no, I guess everybody calls him James. That's his middle name. Can you go up to the mic, Toby? He mentioned that
Council for considering our project.
he mentioned that some of your rooms are for wine club members.
Well, my whole thought behind starting the hotel project is that we bring so many people into Paso Robles where my first thing always has been Orange County people, LA County, come on up, give us your money, then leave.
Exactly.
Basically, you know, and so it's another project, you know, that would be part of the family. And I don't know how many hotels are locally owned, but I you know, I think a lot of them aren't probably. But the club member, we just, I think it's just one way of putting people in those rooms, but you know, it's just a positive sign of that we would be able to, you know, be in business and make sure we have customers. We have a very strong.
That's my question. Are those rooms going to be exclusively for family and members?
No. It would be, I mean, it could be, no, it won't be exclusive.
Okay,
I mean,
it sounded like it was a promotion to try to build the wine club.
Huh?
It sounded like it was a promotion to try to build the wine club.
Well, I guess in a perfect world, it'd be for our club members if we could, you know, any way to stay in business and put people in our rooms is probably the way we're going to do it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was what I was wondering.
Just a comment.
It looked like a great marketing scheme.
I never really thought about it. Maybe we'll just do club members only. I'm not sure.
Just a comment, Tobin. I think what I've heard in the past that you have the largest wine club in the United States, don't you?
That's what they say. You know, there hasn't been a government study that came out and told me that. But I've never talked to anybody that has a bigger one than us.
All I'm trying to say is you might look forward to a few more of these properties than some down the road. I mean.
Yeah. And you know, we've got faithful customers and we take care of them and they realize that we put out a good product and this hotel should be a good product also.
Very good. Any other questions of Tobin before he leaves?
Yeah, I do have one question.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Are you sure one table counter is enough for the tasting room? You don't want to have 3 or 4 counters to taste at?
Yeah,
like
sure.
you do at your other places?
Like I started with one bar, now I've got 3 of them out there. Yeah, you know, I started my winery, me and my dog basically, and now we've got 55 employees out there, and the thing we're proudest about is being Paso Roblans and giving people, you know, a salary and taking care of our customers and our people that work for us.
You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Councilman Spouch.
Tobin, this project property has seen a lot of iterations. I think you can be proud of all of them, but I think this one has really hit a home run. Well done to you, to George. Appreciate your vision. I think it'll be a big enhancement to expanding what downtown can be as we move into the future. So thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, you guys, all my kids are born here, and I've been here 45 years, and we want to take care of Paso Robles, and I think we're going to help the northern part of town a little bit there, just looking at the positive thing that might come out of it, and it seems like town's growing that way a little bit, and we want to be part of it.
Very good. George, I had a question for you, if you don't mind. With regard to the diagonal parking or angle parking on 18th, how many actual spaces do we have there? And then also, how many parallels do we have off of Spring Street? I'm just curious.
So I wish Joe Chenard was here because he was here planning commission and he had the numbers. But as I recall, at the end of the day, when we get rid of the parallel parking due diagonal, there's going to be 9 spaces total, I believe is what he said.
9.
We have to reserve some space because they can't get too close to the alley for site visibility.
Right.
We're also doing the bulb out as a condition, so we're going to match the bulb out that's across the street at Paso Walk. So I want to say there's going to be a total of 9, and right now there's maybe 4 or 5.
Okay, so
Spring
if you
Street,
have,
that's another, to follow that up, Spring Street, we would love to have more parking on there, obviously not angled, but parallel would be fine. As I mentioned, there's 2 driveway curb cuts from the old gas station. Those will go away. It'll be full curb gutter and sidewalk for the whole width. The only thing we have to work on is the bus stop, which is right smack dab in the middle of the property. So assuming we have a favorable outcome, I have a call into RTA to see if we can relocate that to somewhere else on the block. Just so we can get more street parking, because quite frankly, I don't know about you folks, but when I go to a commercial space and there's parking right on the street, that's what I'm going to take. I'm not going to drive around to the back, closest to the front door kind of mentality. So,
okay, all right.
Question on that.
Yeah, Brett, go ahead.
On that bus stop, I'm on the board of directors for the RTA.
Okay.
So I'm very curious. Do you have a proposal as to where to move that?
No, again, you can't, so you use the analogy, you can't get to second base till you get to first base. So we're hoping to get a positive approval for the project. And then afterwards, maybe Mr. Strong will have a discussion, but
sure.
I know it's they're very particular about where they are in terms of the block. So I think at best we can maybe slide it in between our property and the funeral home or some other location. But again, I haven't really had any proposal yet until we get past the city entitlements.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes, we'd be happy to talk to you.
Okay.
Sharon, go ahead.
One other question. There's 2 commercial spaces there, right? You want to have the wine tasting room in one? Would there be a restaurant in the other one? You don't.
We a tasting room lobby for hotel or anybody has any questions for us. I didn't really good at having like a application.
Yeah, so we really need to get you into the microphone to record you, but maybe George can answer that.
Yeah, I can summarize on that. I think the comment too before about should there be 2 or 3 bars, it gets back to parking, right? We don't want to overbuild it and have so many customers, and obviously that's a good problem to have, but that would be a problem for the neighborhood there.
Well, that was my concern. If it does have the option of having a restaurant, then we've just complicated the whole evening parking as well.
Yeah. Again, there isn't any discussions. The only discussion I think Michael had was possibly a coffee shop, which would be focused in the morning. But at this point, again, got to get to first base. We need to get the project approved in order to figure out what's going to happen in there. But keep in mind, too, these are fairly small lease spaces. It's 3,300 square feet total. The winery is going to actually take the smaller space. And as Toby mentioned, it's a unique hybrid where a lot of hospitality boutique hotels are going this route. There is no formal lobby. It's usually combined with a restaurant, or in this case, the wine bar. So the staff who are manning the wine bar, they will actually be checking people in. Again, 16 rooms. It's not a 100-room Hyatt. It's going to be very customer focused. And so the idea is that we're actually doubling up on the hotel lobby / tasting room to, again, have that whole Tobin James experience the moment you walk in.
Very good. Any other questions from council? All right, we'll go ahead and open up then to the public. Anyone wishing to address the item, please come forward.
Mayor Hammond, I do have some callers online.
We have callers. Go ahead.
First up is Wendy Lopez.
Okay, Wendy, can you hear us? Wendy, hello?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Wendy, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Hold on a second here. I wrote it all down. Before they built the market, we, the neighbors, I live on Oak and in between 17th and 18th. And we were told that that corner was going to be made into a playground for children. And we were promised this. And so we didn't fight against the market. The market has been there. We haven't seen a park. We have no parking on our street at all during the day and at night on the weekends. I'm handicapped and I have to park blocks away from my house. When I'm walking home, there's drunks all around, coming from the market, coming from the center of town too. I won't say it's all from the market, but I mean, I'm finding alcohol bottles, paraphernalia in the alleys. I mean, it's not safe to walk around anymore. And we want to put in another wine tasting right here that's taller than all the buildings around. What about the children in the area? Nobody's looking out for them. What happened with the park? Why are we letting these drunks and disorderlies around our schools? We've got Bauer and Speck right there. We have children we need to worry about. I have grandchildren going to come soon, and I don't want them near this. And the building, I'm sorry, you say it to look like the rest of Paso. That thing looks like a dormitory, a military dormitory. All the buildings around here in this section of Paso, they're all historic. Our house was built in 1890. All the houses around me were built around then. Look at the funeral home. I mean, this looks nothing like Paso and what we want to bring to Paso. I mean, I'm really hoping you guys will think about this. There's no parking. I don't know what you want to do with that. I mean, we need more parking and we need more parks for the children. You guys are leaving the children out of all the planning. And look at what happens. Everything, cars get damaged, buildings get damaged. I mean, if we want to build up this town, we need to look at the future, and the future is our children, and nobody's thinking of them at all. Please, all of you on the council, think about this. I mean, there's no room. Kids are going to get hit on their way to school or on their way home from school because people are coming in and driving to get to the place so they can get their parking spot because, you know, it only opens up at this time.
Wendy,
We don't think about that, but we do.
Wendy, if you could summarize, please. It's 3 minutes. Go ahead, though.
Think of the kids, please, and think of us that are handicapped and can't walk to our own homes. I have to have my son come pick me up 3 blocks away so I can get home. That's not fair to me or the children.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is Alvin Ogle.
You said Alan?
Alvin.
Alvin. Alvin, can you hear us? Hello, Alvin?
Hello, yeah, sorry, I was talking, but it wasn't going yet. My name is Alvin Ogle. 1709 Oak Street is my address. I've been a resident of this neighborhood for over 2 decades now. I've actually worked in the industry the past half decade, and I want to ask on behalf of the neighborhood that this proposal is rejected. The brand is known to be a party house, and I mean, his comment about the tourism kind of highlights greed. It didn't really seem welcoming. It sounded like this is all a money grab. As the city has grown, parking has really become an issue, and this proposal really concerns me. A majority of our neighbors in this neighborhood are all seniors without driveways. There's a church, there's a school, there's a funeral home, and there's this market walk. And if there's an event at the church or at the school or at the funeral home, there's not enough parking for residents and for the attendees in the first place. As the previous person stated, we were supposed to have a park there, and there's even a daycare at the church, which I wouldn't feel comfortable being the pastor and knowing that there's drunks right next door to kids, and the fence has a lot of visibility, so they're going to see what's ever going on at the hotel and not really see the streets anymore. They're just going to see a big building. I was made aware by the pastor that originally Tobin James had said he wanted to donate the land to the city and make a park out of it. I think if he truly cared about this community and wanted to build it up, that he would either build a parking lot to help the church that he attends or even donate to the church the land so that way they can extend their daycare and provide parking for this entire community or do the park that was originally proposed. The Ingold parking won't help at all. There's not enough parking as highlighted. With the Market Walk, if you try to even turn onto Spring from 18th, it's a complete blind intersection, and it's very dangerous. And I just really want to highlight that a lot of the people in this neighborhood are seniors who are disabled, and when church is in session, if they go to breakfast or something, they have to park a block or two away to go to their house, which to me, as someone who's a younger resident, it's not really a big issue to me. Sure, it sucks to be inconvenienced, but I think you guys need to take into consideration the seniors who have lived here for decades and are already being inconvenienced because they don't have dedicated driveways. And so all of these employees, all of these customers, which are over encumbering this neighborhood already, are only going to be multiplied and causing even more issue in this neighborhood. And I think they're using this low-income housing just to try to skirt the problems with this proposal, which is, as I think it was Roden highlighted, that they should at least have 50 parking spots, and they're nowhere near close to that. I believe I'm past my time, but thank you guys, and hope you have a good one and take my thoughts into consideration.
Thank you, Alvin. Appreciate it. Anyone else?
Next is Linda George.
Linda, can you hear us?
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi, Linda George. Yeah, 3126 Spring Street. Well, thank you, Wendy and Alvin, for coming. I don't even have to repeat what they have to say. When I was at the Planning Commission, one of the things that struck me about this project was that the person presenting it indicated that people were only going to be allowed to own one car. And the fact of rotating cars and hoping that the day life doesn't collide with the nightlife, my other comment was I don't think Chief Nord has enough police officers to deal with drunk residents and drunk tourists getting into fights. I went to 18th and Oak, and I let a lot of people know. This morning I went to the other side of that Spring Street, and they had a question. Why wasn't there a sign placed on that property indicating the public hearing was tonight? I don't know if you guys do that or put it in the paper, but my comment when it was presented was just like what Alvin said. You have church, you have Paso Walk, you have a funeral home, you have a daycare, you have a school, then you're going to add a wine tasting and a coffee shop. Deficient 5 parking spaces, and we don't have enough cyclists in Paso Robles to use those bicycle parking yet. But when I looked at 18th and Oak and spoke with the neighbors around the corner, their roads are already bad. Okay, there's potholes over there too. So I just recently learned that that was supposed to be a park initially, and I wish that could happen still. But I think that's a terrible spot to have so many people, and a coffee shop on top of it was discussed at the Planning Commission, but we cannot depend on the flow of life to accommodate parking for a building. And I made this comment at the Planning Commission. What happens if I get hurt at work and I'm disabled and my car doesn't move from one of those spots for 6 months? Now, there's nothing worse than a neighborhood war over parking spots. We know that. You see it on TV, neighborhood wars. What happens when they start fighting over parking and people are drunk on wine and people are just drunk because they live there? So I just really hope you guys would reconsider. I think it's a great project. I think it's a great idea. I just wish it was somewhere else. I don't think that our roads and our downtown really needs that many hotel rooms. I would rather just see it be an apartment building if possible. I mean, I know I'm Johnny come lately and I sound negative. However, what Wendy and Alvin said are 100% on. I walked around that neighborhood. There is not enough parking no matter how you want to do the math. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Melissa?
Yes, next is Kurt McCagno.
Okay. Chris, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Well, it's not Chris, but it's Kurt, but thank you for acknowledging me.
Thank you, Kurt.
No problem. So thank you, council, for hearing me. So I have a few questions, and I'm wondering, does the hotel, the 16-room part of the project that's a hotel, do they have 24/7 staff? I'd love an answer to that question, because if they don't, I think it's a glorified Airbnb. And I'm curious, if they don't have staff, were they having to apply for the STR permits that seem to be unavailable this time? So that's one of my questions. So if it's a hotel, are there staff monitoring it? And then I'd like to know who monitors the rooftop bar.
There is no bar on top.
Okay, so I guess excuse me, the rooftop area.
Patio.
So
yeah.
I heard earlier in the conversation that they were concerned about the music and this and that. So you're right, it's not a rooftop bar, but someone needs to monitor the rooftop area up there. It sounds like.
Got it.
And I also have concerns, like the last three callers, about the parking. And so I'm concerned as to how many negative parking spaces can the city of Paso Robles absorb. I think we're -5 here, and I think we all know that -5 is kind of on the low end of things if you've got 2 cars per residence and you've got 2 people and this and that. There's also the property that's going on 14th and Pine Street that has negative parking. So I'm just wondering how many parking spaces negatively on the projected projects does the city council think we can absorb? And I'll leave it at that. I appreciate your guys' time on this, and I'd appreciate some answers moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Anyone else?
No, sir, that's it.
Okay. We'll bring it back then to council and maybe staff to, I think we closed the public comment in the room, but anyone else wishing, we can certainly keep that going. Yeah. All right. So we're bringing it back to council then to get some questions answered. Warren, I heard several. Let's start with Kurt toward the end. Can you answer the 24/7 staffing, or what is their plan for that?
So I'd refer that to the applicant.
Yep. Okay. George or Tobin?
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, by law, the hotel's going to have 24/7 staffing and monitoring. In addition to that, it's very common to have security cameras all over the place. So yes, the property itself will be staffed 24/7.
Okay.
So that's not only for the benefit of the hotel, but any residents. And I think one of the callers had a concern about the rooftop deck. Obviously, we have a concern too, people being up there, they're not supposed to be there. So having staff on site will ameliorate that.
So that'll eliminate his next question about the STR versus Airbnb type product. So
correct. Its intent is to run and operate just like a hotel, open to the general public.
Exactly. Rooftop bar monitor. I know you're not allowed to sell any alcohol up there. So what do you envision up there on top?
So again, as you mentioned, it's not a bar. It's just a rooftop amenity, much like the courtyard. And the idea there is, like the courtyard, if you're a hotel guest and you want to enjoy the nice day, you can go up there and sit and have your coffee or whatever. The same with the residents. They're allowed to use that space as an amenity space themselves. But again, the rooftop not open to the general public.
Very good. And the last one, of course, was the parking that Kurt was discussing, -5 on the requirement. But again, we also said that we have a lot of contiguous on-street parking right there too. So that's
correct.
Okay. Did we get any written response from any of the neighbors and we did notice within 500-foot radius, I think is our standard, isn't it? Katie?
It's 300 feet. And
300 foot.
Neighbors
Okay.
received postcards twice, first for the CEQA document and the Planning Commission meeting, and then also for this City Council meeting.
Okay. And we obviously would have seen it tonight had it been reported or any...
There were several comments that we received at the time of the mitigated negative declaration. They are included in the staff report. There's several agencies commented on the CEQA document, and then several neighbors did comment.
Okay. Okay, I think unless you guys caught some more, I think Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, I was going to make a few comments. Since I lived and worked in the hotel business, I'd like to help educate everybody a little bit. And I don't know what Tobin's plans are here, but it's a great project, and I want to educate people. Of late in our travels, we've seen a lot of what's called contactless check-ins. So the tasting room and the lobbies are really nice, quiet, comfortable place to be when you check in, breakfast or whatever. It's not a wild, crazy bar or tasting room, and it's just meant for guests. And the marketing opportunities for Tobin James Wineries are incredible for this kind of a property. But I think it's really important. There's a lot of little things like limited hours for the rooftop. You close the elevator to the rooftop at 11 o'clock at night, you eliminate a lot of issues. One of the things that this property does, it's really, really valuable to me, is we have 8 affordable housing units. I know one is, they're 400 square feet. It's something that we really need, and it's located in a great place. And we need those smaller apartments. We have another project like this up on Spring Street, up by, I can't remember his name, Jeffrey's project. And he's got 11 units or 9 units about the size. And they're treasured units. People move in, they never want to leave. So I think it's really good for our affordable housing. Another great part of this project, and I don't want to steal Fred's thunder, but there's a bus stop in front of this. So that means people can come to the train station, get here by train, and never get in a car or bicycle the same way. They can bicycle from the train station to this. You also have a marketplace right next door. It's got multiple types of restaurants available. And then you have a market at Smart and Final 4 blocks away. It's kind of like an urban ideal situation. And one thing that Tobin mentioned, which is really nice, is that it's about time to have a presence for a hotel on the middle of Spring Street, because it brings more presence and people to that area. And it's a really well-designed project from a hotel aspect. I think it's a really, really well-designed. And to understand the parking of a hotel, a lot of people need to understand that it's what I had a 100-room hotel. We had one person at night operating the hotel. People check in after 5 o'clock, and most of the people are gone by 8 or 8:30 in the morning. So your parking issues are strictly evening. And I don't even see competition for parking on this project except for on the weekends. Another very startling idea behind this one is Christian Life Center behind it. They're a Sunday operation predominantly. They do have daycare, but they don't use a lot of parking for the daycare. And then the mortuary to the south side. So I think this is a really well-designed project. And I think as a hotel, it'll operate and it won't affect people on the parking end of things as people are thinking. It's one of those things. Well-designed project. I'm for it, and I'll let everybody else make their comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bausch.
I don't have any comments, further comments, except to give the applicant a chance to, there was a couple of questions about, proposed park. Just anybody want to say anything about that, or just let that one go? Thank you.
Okay, on this side, Mr. Strong.
First of all, of staff, I've got a couple of questions. Number one is, which general plan listed this as a park?
Uptown Town Center. Uptown Town Center?
No, this has never been listed as a park. There were some discussions about potentially designing a park for the site, but that's never progressed to a formal application. This is a formal application.
Okay, very good. And then there are playgrounds at the school a block away, correct?
Which are locked up.
Huh?
Yeah, they're locked up.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Can't use
So the kids can't use them.
Yeah.
All right. And is there any access to these lots from the rear, from the alley? Because they don't have any parking on site for any of those houses?
You're talking about on Oak Street?
Yeah, because they're saying, all of these people are saying that they don't have any parking. They have no driveways, nothing.
Yeah,
There
that's
are no garages, no nothing?
seemed
It's
rather
a
odd to me.
mixture of, there are many historic houses that they didn't have covered parking. They often didn't have a driveway. There are some that do, certainly, but it's a mix.
Okay, so it's a mixed thing.
Just within the neighborhood, the historic character of that area, there are many houses without covered parking, some with driveway parking, some with no parking at all.
And do they have any room to put in a parking on the back of their lots or anything, or are they?
That's certainly not something I really looked to analyze, but typically there's space, but that not always. I mean, I don't know how we would, I mean, certainly the applicant isn't going to provide on-site parking for neighbors, on their homes.
Okay, I'm just concerned that we have homes that where we don't have any parking at all for the people in those homes.
I think personally what it is, I think those were originally designed as carriage houses for alley loaded. And many of those have changed over the last 100 years that physically aren't there anymore, obviously.
And they just didn't have a size lot that could accommodate it?
Yeah, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah.
All right.
Sharon, go ahead.
Yeah, I can speak to that, Mr. Strong, because I'm real familiar with that neighborhood. There are a lot of houses that don't have off-street parking. They have to rely on the front street. That's why I made had an issue with the marketplace when it came in. And it's certain times of the year, for the most part, or on weekends. That's the largest problem, where a lot of employees will actually park over there so that they free up places for people to be able to go to the market walk. Couple of things. One is there's only one affordable housing, Mr. Gregory, not 8. And do the quiet hours still apply to the rooftop of 10 o'clock? That's one question. Because somebody said something about locking it up at 11, so it would have to be earlier than that. And as I read this, I understand, even though I have an issue with the parking, that's not what is before us. That's already been mitigated if we move into a different zoning. And I guess that's what's before us at this point. Do I understand it correctly? Anyone?
Katie?
So in the staff report, there's 2 different analysis of how much parking should be required for a hotel use. So in the T3F zone where we're looking, hotels currently aren't allowed. And so there's no hotel parking requirement given. If we were to count up all of the hotel the square footage of the hotel, because currently in this zoning district, parking is calculated for commercial uses is calculated on a per square foot basis.
Correct.
So if you count it all up, and that's the first analysis that's given, and I'm forgetting the exact number, but it's
45, I think it was.
Yeah, parking spaces using the parking standards that are already in the T3F. If you decide to allow the resort lodging overlay, it would be logical to allow the hotel parking that's allowed in other zones where hotels are allowed. And that's this smaller number, the 26. That would be what would be required in the TC2, which is a somewhat similar district, but that is contingent upon you approving the resort lodging overlay.
But if you don't approve the overlay, then you can't have the hotel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But it's not the 26 that would be required. There's a reduction down to 21 required.
The applicant is requesting to reduce their parking standards, to 21.
Can we keep it at 26? Is there any way to keep it at 26?
Once you approve the resort lodging overlay, they can have the hotel units, and then if they do the affordable housing, you can't deny that parking reduction.
So that's my question. All right. Thank you.
Katie, I had a couple on myself. With regard to the parkway maintenance, originally when I heard that Tobin was thinking about gifting a park to us, I was always concerned about the cost of maintenance. And in this case, I see on the plan that we show a parkway with greenery. So I'm not sure if that's cast in concrete or who's going to maintain that. This is on the city side of the sidewalk. And was there any discussion on maintenance for that area?
Unfortunately, we don't have anyone from the engineering staff. Both Market Walk and the existing situation is there's just tree wells. There's not a landscape strip. I don't know what ultimately the engineering department would require. I actually would suspect it would be just a a sidewalk attached to the curb, but I'm not sure.
So that's why I was wondering, is it consistent with the marketplace? George, maybe, do you have an answer on your vision here on this?
Thank you, Mayor. So I do not believe that Paso Walk has a detached parkway. This was a design element that obviously was, for a number of reasons, one, aesthetics. We do sidewalk and place it with planting. It's always a better environment from a pedestrian scale. The other thing is we were looking to use some of these parkways as a lid strategy, diverting some of the stormwater into these areas. We've done that on a number of urban projects and it works very well. So I guess it was a design decision. If it sticks through this hearing and the council likes the idea of the parkway, then obviously we would be happy to enter into a maintenance agreement for maintaining that, because it's to our benefit to have that parkway look as pristine and as nice as possible.
So let me continue on that thought. The reason I was asking is, like, the marketplace was conditioned to actually indent their parking in that block. And then as we come south where the old Chevron was right here, it bumps out. So we're losing actually parking area width-wise on Spring Street, which pushes a parked car more into the traffic lane. And that's what I'm concerned about. And this might be a staff thing where I don't see a problem where we can continue the same theme with indented curb line. So we actually protect parking vehicles and people getting in and out of them a little better than they would be if they're more where they are, where the curb line is now. So that's something I'd like to direct staff to work with you on directly. I think this is important. And then that would also then, of course, get rid of any maintenance on a parkway. You know, same way on the 18th Street. You see there, we've got some space there that could actually indent the vehicle further and get them out of the main roadway of 18th. So that may be my recommendation, to kind of look into that a little bit. The other question I had kind of related to parking was, is there any agreements with the neighborhood, like for instance the church or anybody like that, to share parking at all in their lot?
We have not talked to any of the neighbors, either the church behind us or the funeral home at this point. We were hoping the project would stand on its own merit with the concessions and the housing and everything that we're proposing. So no, we haven't entertained that. But again, if you're directing us, we're happy to open those discussions, just like we're going to have with RTA, hopefully about mitigating the bus stop location, which will provide additional parking.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of another plan B if the parking congestion gets so tough there that might be something to think about, you know, that maybe a future agreement with neighboring parking lots or whatever. So I know that we did that years ago with Heritage Oaks and the Paso Robles Inn, where they shade, and it was not contiguous either, which, you know, can be done. So
he wants to go before me.
Yeah, just for clarification. So when I said affordable housing, we have one that's a low, extremely low affordable housing, but the other units are 400 square feet, and like ADUs, they're all considered affordable housing, Sharon, for the record. It doesn't mean they're extremely low. It could be market rate, but they're still like an ADU or 400 square feet is considered affordable housing.
Mr. Gregory, it's just they are closer to 600 square feet on average.
4 to 6, okay. Well, Brett, I read 400, sorry.
Good, Steve. Okay, Brett.
Okay, and you know, looking at the whole thing and listening about all of this, don't forget that bus stop. I mean, that eliminates parking spaces in itself. But the advantage of having a bus stop, at least in that immediate area, is you reduce the amount of parking you need because you have people that can come there on the bus. So, you know, it's a trade-off to some extent. And the bus, if we're going to have a bus route and serve the downtown with bus service, they've got to have places to have bus stops. Mm-hmm. So there's already one here that has to be moved somewhere in that immediate area, but you're not going to get any more parking spaces out of it, because you still have to have room for the bus to pull in.
Yeah, similar to the B of A on Spring Street.
Okay.
Similar, yeah.
So that's all I'm saying. Other than that, the project is well designed. It meets the codes, except for the zoning requirement that in order to do some of what they want to do. But what they want to do, actually, I think is an improvement over the existing zoning. It's they've done a good project. So I have no problem with because of the state has been overbearing on us to some extent. I mean, they have handed us something and said, you have to give them this and this. So I've got to listen to state law too, I'm sure, unfortunately, sometimes.
Okay, any other discussion on council? Looking for an action or?
Yeah, I'm going to speak in favor. It looks like we have three parts to this. You want to break it into three parts?
Yep.
Very good. So I'll move the first and motion to approve Resolution 24XXX Part A, adopting mitigated negative declaration SCH 2024070-401 based on findings and subject to mitigation measures.
Second by Gregory.
Okay, I heard motion by Bausch, second by Strong. Any discussion? I call for the question.
Second was by Gregory, or was it by Strong?
It was Gregory.
Whatever.
We'll share.
Whatever.
You can have the first one.
Yeah, we have three.
Strong? Okay. Sorry about that. Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Chris Bausch, go ahead.
So introduce for first reading only, by title only, ordinance XXX, adding a zoning map overlay for the resort/lodging overlay district to the property based on findings.
Second by Gregory.
Motion by Bausch, second by Gregory. Any discussion? All in favor, or if you would please, roll call.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
And lastly, approve Resolution 24XXX Part B, approving Development Plan 22-11, including an affordable housing density bonus and concessions and conditional use permit 23-07 for a wine tasting room based on findings and subject to conditions of approval.
Second.
Motion by Bausch, second by Strong. Any discussion? Call for the question.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion
May I
passes
make a comment,
unanimously.
please?
You bet. Pro Tem Gregory.
Toby, thank you for your perseverance. You're a great
And
member of our
also, I'll
community.
second
Thank you.
that. And again, thank you for investing in Paso Robles. It's going to be a
And
great
you have
project.
a very good architect, by the way. Thank you.
Good luck, Michael.
Okay, that concludes the public hearing items. We'll move on to discussion items. Item 1, approval of interim city manager employment agreement between the city of Paso Robles and Chris Huot, and amendment of the master pay schedule. And Elizabeth, you'll have that item.
Yes, thank you. So currently, City Manager Lewis has been out on leave since August 12th of this year. He is out on a job protected leave, and so the Assistant City Manager has been the acting City Manager since that time. At this point, before you this evening is the opportunity for you to appoint him as the interim City Manager. There's an agreement that will accomplish that. If you approve that this evening, it would increase his pay rate to match the city manager's pay rate. So from August 12th through the 17th, it would be at $247,033 and change. On August 18th, the city manager received his cost of living increase, so there was an increase that took his salary up to $256,915. Sorry, Chris. It also includes benefits for the assistant city manager at the city manager's rate, with the car allowance going up to $230.77 per pay period. Mr. Huot, if you approve this agreement, would remain in that position until the city manager returns to his position or the council chooses another course.
Very good. Any questions of Elizabeth? First of all. All right, we'll open this up to public. Anybody wishing to address this item for council? Michael?
Michael Rivera. Mr. Huot is shown to be a very professional individual. He's performed his duties exceptionally. He has the disposition and the knowledge to be able to perform these duties. I would highly recommend that you, as a council, would support this. I think that Chris Huot has, again, the personality, the disposition, and the character to do this. And I would hope that you would not let that go. From my observations, and I've observed him for a while, and I have seen a number of city managers. Probably one of the best ones that I ever worked with was Tim Ness in Santa Maria, who was a great city manager. And so I do have something to balance my opinion based on my interactions with a person like Tim for many years. So I highly support Mr. Huot's elevation to this position, and I think it would be a wise move on your part. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online?
Yes, sir. We do have one caller. I believe that it is Linda George.
Linda, can you hear us? Go ahead. Linda, go ahead.
Oh, my turn. Hi. I was still listening. I wanted to say this earlier today, and I spent the last 7 weeks with Chris, and I am just so impressed with him in so many ways. Okay, I know I've been there for the last 3 years banging on the old city manager. However, he is so patient. He is so kind. He is so understanding. And I'll say this again. He is so patient. Think about this. He had Rivera, Jeff Carr, me, David Nelson, and others in a class once a week. I have to say this, Chris. I wanted to say it in person, but I wasn't feeling too good. I think you're going to be one of the best things that happened to the city. And I look forward, and I hope with all my heart that you maintain that position and we finally take a turn for the better. It has been so nice to be at the meetings without strife, without anything. But thank you, Chris, for showing us the city through your eyes. It's a beautiful city, the water treatment plant, everything. And I hope that this is just the beginning of a future for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council for discussion.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Wait a minute.
Mo,
Who are we talking about here? Those last comments? Is that the same guy? That guy down there?
Okay.
I think well-deserved comments, Mr. Huot.
Let's start off with Pro Tem Gregory. Let's go ahead.
Okay. I'll just make my comments with my recommendation. So I move we approve the resolution 24XXX approving interim city manager employment agreement between the city of Paso Robles and Chris Huot, effective August 12th, 2024, the date upon which Mr. Huot began performing the duties of city manager and amending the master pay schedule.
And I will second that with comments. My
Go ahead.
comment is that in San Jose, I worked with a city manager by the name of Tom Fletcher many years ago. The best city manager I had ever worked with. And now I have been working with Chris. And I can't say yes, Chris is the best, but Chris is very much an equal to Tom. And Tom was so good that he was moved up to CEO of the National City Managers Association. And they run the school for city managers. It certifies them. So I don't know that I can give anybody a higher recommendation than that, or a higher compliment.
Okay. Any other comment before we take the vote? All right, we'll call for the question, Liz.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Nash?
I've been advised to abstain.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Very good.
Okay, good job, Chris.
Now, stop that, Michael. All right, so we got back to consent calendar item number 2 that I pulled, and that has to do with the meeting schedule. that I just wanted to bring that up for more in-depth discussion between us as council here and any public, of course. And it has to do with, I'm looking at the schedule. I don't know if you saw the actual calendar. Maybe we can bring it up if you can, guys. There's another item there where we have a meeting like just passed in September, right after Labor Day. And so I'm looking, I always kind of scan for holidays and then contiguous days right behind it where we have to have a meeting. I know that it's pretty tough on staff to do something like that. Plus, everybody's tend to be leaving sometimes and not getting back in time for regular work. But you know, I don't know. I'm kind of looking at that schedule. September 2nd is a Tuesday. Of course, Labor Day is a Monday. And the following week, we had, or 2 weeks, we had our 17th of or 19th of August. So I'm just wondering, you know, we might want to think about that. I personally like to see it bump into that week to a Thursday, 2 days later. Still, I'm not saying get rid of the meeting because we need to do the business, but possibly moving it down a couple of days to the 4th on Thursday. I'm not sure. Pardon? Yeah, September 2nd is the first meeting.
I have a suggestion also. What you could do is you could just bump everybody a week. So you have 2 city council meetings and 2 planning commission meetings by bumping it a week.
Yeah.
On Tuesday, it'll be Tuesday, the 2nd Tuesday in September. Because there's 5 Tuesdays that month.
We can't.
Well, the 9th is California Admission Day.
Well, that's a planning commission day, but I don't see that working, Steve, personally. You know, we have done Thursday meetings before. All I'm saying is to give staff a little extra time to get prepared for this, but it's up to us. I mean, we can certainly do whatever, but
I'm okay with Thursday too. I'll just throw it out there.
I don't know.
I think Thursday's a good idea for holidays.
Yeah, for holiday week.
Thursday the 4th?
Right. Are you good on that? Okay. Well, that was my main thing. All the other months of 2025 look fine.
What about July?
July we're dark again after that 4th. You see, the first is July 1st is Tuesday, and then we have that's dark. They've canceled that one. A recommendation anyway.
The first is canceled?
Yep. That's Tuesday, and then we have the 4th is a Friday this year.
Why would you cancel
Why
the
would
first?
you cancel the first?
Well, that's what they proposed.
Maybe I can jump in there. You know, one, we've typically canceled the meeting that's around the 4th of July for a couple reasons. Prior years, it was due to vacations that typically occur. More recently, I will tell you with the July 4th event, that is sucking a lot of staff time and resources. And we're a lot of folks that are in this room tonight are playing double duty. And if we could avoid having a meeting that week, that helps with the July 4th event now as well. And of course, we see that continuing for the foreseeable future.
What about the 29th though? Still having 2 meetings in July. Have it 15th and 29th.
Then you got the next one a week later. Yeah. Just as long as we can get the work done, I think is really what's important. Staff, you know how to load it properly, but if you think you can, you know, still get everything done, I'm just saying, you know, on the September item, is just bump it back a couple days is all. Still have it that week, but you know, on Thursday rather than.
And just something I'll add too is, you know, we can and do schedule special meetings as necessary if something does come up. So that's always an option. But typically for that July meeting, we've been able to kind of meter if something is necessary, we're going to bring it to you. But typically that July meeting is typically light anyway.
Okay. Well,
So can I talk about January?
Sure, absolutely.
So the second Tuesday is the 7th. I mean, the first Tuesday is the 7th. Is there a reason why we can't keep the 7th and the 21st?
And I can jump in here again on this one too. The staff rationale behind this one was that the preparation week for the agenda is the prior week. So the end of December through the last week in December through the 3rd of January.
Oh, it's
and that's the holidays in the middle of the week there. And typically we have staff that are taking holiday or vacation plan time off around that date in particular. Given that it falls within the middle of the week, we are expecting some folks to be off that week. So and then for the 21st, it comes right after a holiday again, going back to the mayor's kind of point on the September meeting, similar situation here. So what we came up with was, is it possible just to hold one meeting in the month of January in the middle of the month? We proposed it on a Wednesday because the Tuesday, the 14th, we have a scheduled planning commission meeting. We do anticipate them conducting that meeting. So there would have been a room conflict, I guess, that evening. So that's why January is structured the way it is, or proposed the way it is.
What about the 7th? The 7th, even though it's a planning commission night, that might be one of the meetings we have in another part of the city.
No, he's talking about staff getting ready for that meeting. Because they're off.
Yeah, Councilmember Strong, we don't have a planning commission meeting on the 7th. That would typically be a council meeting date. But again, because the preceding week has the New Year's holiday, and we're anticipating, staff that typically kind of take that week or a portion of that week off. That was the rationale behind combining both the January meetings into the one meeting on the 15th.
Okay.
So are people off on the 30th and 31st as well?
It's not I don't believe it's a. Go ahead, Melissa.
Staff isn't necessarily off on those days, though people do have the option to take a floating holiday. But one of the concerns about doing the meeting on the 7th, staff reports from our staff, in order to be ready to go into workflow to be reviewed for that meeting, would have to be turned in, I believe, on the 26th of December. So, or the 25th, it would be the end of the week of
Christmas.
The Christmas holiday. So that was one of the concerns as well. Not only would it impact the review time of the week ahead of the meeting, but also that week prior, asking staff to be working on staff reports for the meeting.
Much better explained.
So the staff reports are coming in 2 weeks prior.
Typically.
And then they go through a review process.
Approximately 12 days ahead of your next meeting is when we ask staff to have their staff reports in, so that the executive team and legal team can go through and do the review for the agenda. And then we do have to go through the process to actually finalize the agenda and publish it ahead of the meeting.
So I think it's just good to point out that this is kind of just an odd year, the way the first weeks fall for most of these months that are in question. I can sympathize with some of those. I think Mayor Hammond's idea to move to Thursday where it's applicable makes sense. I have a question in October. If, and I think the reason for that is because the same conflict of Cal Cities meeting. Only 2 members are going to Cal Cities this year. Is that really a travel day? Do we go down for Wednesday? I think most of the events, except for maybe the mayor, would have a meeting on Wednesday, and the rest of us seem to get involved on Thursday and Friday. Is that really necessary to or cancel this October 7th meeting? Is that a valid reason?
I would probably defer back to the council on,
Sure.
individual travel preference around that conference. I would just say that, each year it depends. This year we had 2, some years we have more than 2. It just really depends on how many council members choose to go to that conference. But again, we've historically reserved that week to allow flexibility in travel. But again, I'd have to defer back to the council on what the preference is there.
Yeah, to Chris's point, there's not any reason why we couldn't plan on doing a October 7th meeting if we felt like we wanted to. So let's just leave that open at this point.
Yeah.
The other thing, I had 2 items. One was that
next year
date, but I want to throw out another thing too that other cities are beginning to do, and that is to have our meeting start at 6 rather than 6:30. So I'm going to throw that out just to contemplate about it, but I'm not sure if we have to do it now with our calendars. But, with the fact that we've been getting some long meetings, but it would also give us more opportunity to hear more items too if we did start at 6. So what's the flavor?
You had me until that last comment.
Okay.
It's fine with me.
Yeah.
I'm okay with 6.
I don't know about staff. I haven't really briefed staff about this item, but I know other cities are doing
It might
it.
impact closed session, so.
Well, yeah, we can always start whenever.
I don't think you'd have any objection from staff for starting 30 minutes earlier. I would say, though, that if you want to consider that change, it actually is in the Muni code, your municipal code, that it references 6:30 specifically. So we can certainly make that change. It's just we probably just want to clean up the municipal code,
Yeah.
but if we have direction to do that.
I remember when I was, years ago, we changed it to 6:30 from something. I think it was 7, but, so we keep bumping it forward. But what I'm getting at is, especially when we have dark days that we typically would meet, now there's an opportunity to have a little more information put into a meeting that would get work done.
I'd be in favor of the 6 o'clock. We'd have both of our chiefs much happier.
Yeah, sometimes.
So we just have to bring it back.
Does that give
bring
staff
6
enough
o'clock
time to have
back?
Wait.
So the only thing that's before you this evening is the calendar. So we need to settle on the dates for the calendar, and then you can provide direction to staff to come back with revisions to the Muni Code and policies as necessary to address a new time.
Okay, so that
doesn't include the time of the meeting then?
No.
It doesn't matter if it is on the calendar. I don't think it is, but the ordinance would need to be changed, and that's not before you tonight.
So tell staff, ask staff to do it.
Okay.
Bring it back, yeah. Bring it back.
Is that what you were going to say then? Yeah, I kind of agree. You know, I think we got our calendar set now. We are going to go ahead then and make a motion to move September 2nd's meeting to September 4th, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
That Thursday. That's the only major change to this item now.
What about, how are we going to handle October 7th? Tentative? Change it from dark to tentative?
Well, it's tentative right now or dark.
It's dark now.
It's dark right now. I think it's kind of like a light switch. It either needs to be on or off. You know, and again, if it's on, we can always cancel it in advance if travel and the number of council members that are going to the league is a quorum. Then we can certainly cancel it ahead of time. Or we can schedule a special meeting at some point around the 7th.
In light of all the meetings that we are definitely going to cancel, I would like to flip the switch on and cancel it later if we need to.
I would tend to agree.
I would agree with that too.
Yeah, the public knows now that we have something scheduled unless we cancel. So, okay, then we'll make that change also on October 7th to be a day that we're going to make a hearing. And then, of course, September 4th. And then we'll come back, staff will come back to the Muni Code question about startup time. Okay.
So moved.
So motion by Bausch, second by Hammond. Roll call.
Councilmember Bausch.
Aye.
Mayor Hammond.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Roden.
Aye.
Councilmember Strawn.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. All right. Thank you. Moving on to city manager's report.
Sure, Mayor and Council. I just want to thank you all for the vote of confidence. Appreciate the opportunity, even in an interim basis, to lead the city. I'm probably most excited, several of them are still here, thank you, to work alongside our nearly 300 staff members. Again, many of the executive team that are here today really are the ones that are doing the important work. And I just want to thank you all for, again, the confidence. Look forward to working with you all in this capacity. In terms of updates, I won't have much other than to say, one, for the community, we have made some significant strides on the police recruitment front. We are very close to getting down to less or fewer than almost, I think, 6 vacancies once we get through some training and some lateral hiring. So we continue to work very well to get those positions filled. And I want to thank both the chief, Nord, and our human resources staff for making that happen. And then I think everyone knows that we've had the changeover with our fixed-based operator out at the airport. And so we're working through that with them right now. But I think all things are going pretty well, and happy to continue to report on the work they are doing out there. So that'll conclude my comments tonight, Mayor. And again, look forward to working with you all. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Chris. I'll start off with Sharon Roden.
Okie doke. First, I want to thank Trustee Kenny Enney for coordinating probably 10 or 15 or so people from schools, government, community, a meeting at Georgia Brown to ascertain the options of how we want to move forward in utilizing the 11-acre space there. A lot of ideas came up, a lot of them based around trade school, community center, childcare, et cetera. That was our tee off, and then hopefully we're going to get more community members involved with that process as well. Went to the Slow Cal Summit in San Luis, came back, had to leave that early to get back to a Paso Basin meeting. Participated in the Chamber Forum and went to the Library Foundation event at Bianchi Winery. I know that 4 council members were present for that. And we were entertained by dueling pianos, and Helica, I do have pictures. She did a great rendition of Elvis Presley. Those stay between us, though. And then we went to the Estrella Warbirds Pre-Pioneer Day dance and got to see a lot of people I don't see but maybe once a year. And then last night I went out for the basically the handing over the keys from ACI to Lloyd's, and it was a very respectful and situation between both companies, and I'm proud of both of them.
Very good. Councilman Strong.
Well, I'm just going to report on my city meetings, or related city meetings anyway. And it's not today, or not in the past, it's what's coming up. Tomorrow in the morning, I have the SLOCOG meeting, and our interim city manager will be there. And we are going to be talking about the funding for the acquisition of property for Union Road over the highway. And so we'll be working on that very diligently. Right after that meeting at 1 o'clock, I have a national meeting, and it's a very special one where 2 people from each of the major national organizations involved in housing and transportation legislation are all meeting to come up with a joint program that we can all agree on to support for the next interim transportation funding bill. And hopefully we will have National League of Cities, National League of Counties, Mayor's Association, AMPO, and others, as well as NARC, which I'm representing. I'm one of the 2 representing NARC on that meeting. And we will be campaigning to get as much funding as we can directly to us and get it in the quantity that we need. All right.
Very good, Fred. Thank you. Councilman Bausch.
Like Sharon attended City Council Forum hosted by the Chamber of Commerce and the library bookmobile fundraiser hosted by the Friends of the Library. I want to say thanks to Alicia DeGraza for putting that together after many years. Great event. I think it's going to be packed next year. You'll see a lot of more people. Just a wonderful evening of wine, food, music, quite a bit of dancing, and no doubt made more exciting by librarian Eric Ashley's sophisticated selection of table runners. That's all I got.
Thank you, Chris. Pro Tem Gregory.
Yep. So I represented the entire city council at Tippecanoe. I was the only one there, so I had to talk to our chief all night. Just kidding. But I got a chance to meet with several of his officers and also spent a lot of time with Ian Parkinson. And it was a really nice event. And I took my food to go, but it was really nice. So I supported him. I also attended LAFCO, and LAFCO this last time around did about a 2-hour, 3-hour presentation on the Dana Reserve with 1,300 homes. And there's a lot of really exceptional items in that project. Is about 50-50 on public comment, but he's doing workforce housing and affordable housing, and he's offering some really creative financing programs for buyers, home buyers. And I think we should take a close look at those, especially for workforce housing. And he, the gentleman who has that project, may be interested in. He's already developing in Paso Robles. He may be interested in working with the city on a workforce housing project. I attended Earthshine. I supported the city council on that one by myself. And it was not a pretty day, but it was good work. We cleaned up a lot of stuff, thanks to the staff and Mike with Earthshine. He's doing a really great job. And the library event was really wonderful, very creative. And my memories of Angelica will stick to my mind. And I did not take any pictures, but Angelica, you're a very good dancer and impersonator. And but it's so much fun to be able to have an event like that for the library and make the event so much fun while we're having fun and raising money for the Library Foundation. So that's it.
Angelica might have to invest in a white light suit and with the big flared.
I would donate to that.
Yeah, if she comes back next year, she'll be better prepared.
And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I tried to take pictures of Angelica, but it just didn't work out. All right. A lot of things I did too. And it's odd. There's so much stuff going on. It's the first time I think I've ever missed the Tippecanoe and, the Special Olympics support that they give that group. Just so many conflicts in scheduling these days, seems like, with mayor. But I did, again, after our last meeting, attend the Air Pollution Control District for San Luis Obispo County. And then I went on up to near Santa Cruz for the annual Community Energy 3CE annual meeting. And a good meeting, 2 days meeting up there. And one thing that's happening, just to report out on that, is the operations board of the 3CE is recommending that we reduce the number of seats on our board. Currently, we have 19. There are 37 cities that are represented total, and they want to reduce it down to 11. And I've been put on a ad hoc along with Don Ortiz-Legg, county supervisor, to make a recommendation to the full board on that. And just to carry, the water here on this, I think, again, it's important that we keep our seat. In this case, actually, we've been on the seat for quite a while here, actually, and then we're going to now rotate with Atascadero, who's coming on for the first time this next year. January 1st is when they are actually going to be part of the C3E also, and they will be the representative for us. So our seat is shared by Atascadero, and us. San Luis shares with Morro Bay. You see how that works. So representatives from each agency then rotate. And right now, there's 19 seats, and they want to reduce that. And my recommendation personally is to keep it the way it is, because now that we are built out, so to speak, we can't have any more agencies in the community energy group. It was always discussed that we would have a seat at the table. That was one of the things that a lot of the public was asking for, and we actually had. And now they're wanting to kind of reverse that a little bit. So I'm thinking, again, I'll talk with you individually, but I think I'd like to make sure that we transmit our views to this ad hoc, and that we make a recommendation to full board.
So John, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
So Atascadero and the county joined?
Yeah, well, yes, correct.
So Don Ortiz is on there?
Don is already on, the county's already on, but the new people coming on board are Morro Bay and Atascadero right now. They have not been part of C3E. I think they both come on in January 1st. San Luis and us, San Luis City and us, Rio Grande and the county have been on the board for some time. But at any rate, but we'll stay tuned. We'll see how that's going to fly. But I also had the mayor's meeting, the annual county mayor's meeting in Pismo, Ed Woggy hosted that, and we had actually that new Cal Poly has a new department on fire science. Jonathan, I was going to talk to you about that too. He spoke along with Dan, Fire Safe Council. Yep, both of them were there, and just to let everybody know, right now is our worst time for fire. You know, we're going to start getting some Santa Ana winds. Everything's dry. I think Jonathan put out a email about the conditions right now are really hard to have a fire in. So anyway, it was very enlightening what they were talking about to the council or to the mayors. Also attended the military ball, first military ball I've ever been to. Colonel Trotter alluded to that. Marjorie and I went, and it was amazing. I sat with actually Vandenberg, commander, who we spoke a lot about the spaceport efforts and how he's going to actually come up here and maybe make a presentation too. And then what's really fun is their ritual. These kind of military balls, they actually have a thing called the grog. It's a big box that they pour everything into. It was very interesting to see the military folks doing that. Very fun to be there. No. No, I don't think anybody would really, although there was a couple actually. We had a speaker, I forget his name actually, from our airport, and he was a Vietnam helicopter pilot. He was the keynote speaker, and he actually got up and tried it. And it was interesting, his face when he tasted it. But we also did the Paso Basin Cooperative Committee. Sharon was there with me on that one. And also attended the night of worship. I think we heard some public comment about that tonight. Very interesting. 20 churches got together for the first time at War Memorial Stadium. Must have been over 1,000 people there. The stands on the west side were completely full. And they had a lot of music. Well done. Different parishes got together, different pastors spoke. I did the opening keynote, and it was, I think, something that will continue. It was very well done. We also had the chamber forum, which we attended. I thought that was pretty well done by the candidates. And then we also, of course, did the library fundraiser. That was very interesting, and hopefully they made enough money. It sure looked like they were doing some good, items and making some money for the Friends of the Library. So, okay, that's all I had. And then upcoming events, let's get into that real quick. We are going to have the Paso Robles Youth Commission Advisory Committee, October 2nd at 5 o'clock. Paso Robles Planning Commission meeting here in this room, October 8th at 6:30. Paso Robles City Council special meeting, advisory body interviews, airport commissioners are going to be October 9th at 4:30. Library Board of Trustees, October 10th, 9 a.m. Annual Pioneer Day Parade, I hope all of us are going to be there, Saturday, October 12th. Paso Robles facilities are going to be closed in observance of the Indigenous Peoples Day, Columbus Day, October 14th. I believe that's probably a Monday, isn't it? And then Paso Robles Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, special meeting October 21st, 1:30 p.m. Paso Robles Park and Recreation Advisory Committee special meeting October 21st also at 4 p.m. Paso Robles Planning Commission, a meeting again October 22nd, 6:30. Paso Robles Airport Commission meeting October 24th, 6:30 out at the airport. Paso Robles City Council meeting back here is going to be the first week in November. We're going to be dark again because we're going to the league. November 5th at 6:30. And one thing they didn't put on here, Jonathan, was you guys have an open house tomorrow, don't you? Yeah, that's out. It's going to be at Main Station at Yeah, emergency center. Okay. What time is 4 o'clock to 6, or what's the timing on that? Oh, okay.
4:36.
I thought it was in the afternoon, late afternoon. Right. Okay. Thank you, Chiefs. Yeah. So are we going to have, I guess, things for public to go around and take a look at in the yard and everything? Is that the plan?
We'll have obviously some fire trucks or out there, and officers, firefighters.
Very good. Okay. Good to see that. Okay. That's all I had for future items. The other thing I was going to mention today, I don't know, I had probably 300, 400 emails asking us to recognize October 7th. And so if it's okay with the council, I think an adjournment in remembrance of October 7th that happened 2023, almost a year ago now, in Israel, you know, the ongoing nightmare they're having. I think we should remember those whose lives were lost by the Hamas, and also the ongoing need to have our Israeli and American hostages returned safely to their families. So I think in that manner, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion by Hammonds and second by Bausch. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We stand adjourned. Thank you.